like this. Hit it.
The Roger Report live morning show, weekdays at 9 a.m.
Say y'all, I was on Roger's panel a few times and I couldn't take it. The heat. I got out the kitchen. It was hot. I was sweating. I had to get out.
He's Roger, and he's right.
Check this out.
We can live or die. You choose. I have spoken to you a lot of times in hatred and anger, and you have not heard me. Well, you had better hear me today. If you won't listen to me when I make an appeal for the Negroes because you have no concern for the Negroes, listen to me when I make an appeal for America. You claim you love America. Well, we love America. But you are driving us back and you are making a Samson out of us, and we are going to pull down the pillars. And then you think we have no right to ask for something? Is it too much to ask you to grant us human dignity? Should we be put down and shot to death for this request? If so, you can aim your guns. What the hell do you think we care about dying if you're going to deny us the right to live?
Good morning, folks, and welcome to another edition of the Roger Report Live, the best show on social media. If you are new to the channel, go ahead and take a moment out there, hit that like button, because this is where you're going to find the best content on social media, and you don't have to worry about it because you're going to have me right here to make sure that happens. And if you've already been coming to the channel for a while, then go ahead, hit that like button, because you already know what time it is. And you know that this is where you're going to get the best content on social media. It's not a mystery to you at this point. You've seen other people do it. You've seen other people do it well. But what you have not seen is anyone do it quite the way I do it. So make sure you hit that like button. And everyone, yes, everyone, take a moment out to share the content, y'all. There are so many people who need to get great content like this. And it's just a small thing you can do to help the world be a better place. And isn't that what we want at the end of the day? Don't we want the world to be a better place? Of course we do. So share the content out. Share it through your social media. Share it through word of mouth, or even text someone's phone. But do what you got to do to help spread the word. All right, folks, today we are here. We have a very, very interesting subject matter for today. We are going to do another installment of a great series. If you ask me, one of my personal favorite series. We are going to do another edition of Unsupervised White People. Y'all, and today on Unsupervised White People, we're doing She's the Victim Because She's White. It's that simple, y'all. She's the victim because she's white. Now, of course, I put a few links in the description, more than a few. So people can get an idea of that white woman's mindset, y'all. You know, I guess this might be the Miss Ann. They talk about, you know, the white woman being Miss Ann. This, you know, could you want to see the Miss Ann mentality, or what Miss Ann represents that a lot of black women want to be able to do and get away with? Here it comes, y'all. Here it comes. So that's what we're dealing with on today's shows. She's a victim because she's white, man. It's that simple at the end of the day. She don't need nothing else. She white, therefore she's a victim. But before we get too heavy into this, let me take a quick moment out to say shout out to all the people who give me regular views. I appreciate y'all big time. Thanks for what you do. Shout out to everybody who leaves comment after the streams because that helps with the algorithms. So appreciate you doing that. Shout out to everyone who hits that like button because y'all know that's a wonderful thing for the algorithm. Shout out to everybody who hypes me up. Do it every chance you get. Great for the algorithm. And shout out to the people who go above and beyond the call of duty. The people who become financial contributors over here at the Roger Report Live. And I want to give a special shout out to one of those people today. We want to say shout out to Champ Car for Life for being the sponsor of today's stream. So shout out to Champ. Appreciate you big time, my brother. Appreciate you big time. Thanks for all the support, my brothers. Thanks for all the support. And let me give a couple shout outs to some of the first people to check in this morning because it's always great that when you start a show that you have a few people who going to check in right away and let us know that they're there. But y'all know how it goes. There can only be one. So shout out to the Highlander of today's stream, my main man, the Righteous Teacher has done it again, y'all. The Righteous Teacher has done it again. First one in the house. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. Shout out to Floyd Thompson coming right behind him. Yay, yay. Glad to have you, brother. Glad to have you. You know what, Floyd? You know what? I forgot. It's your birthday. You know what I was supposed to do? Well, you know what? I'm going to do it again, brother. I'm going to make you co-sponsor of today's stream because I meant to do that for your birthday. I wasn't even thinking about the fact that today is your birthday because you just reminded us not too long ago. So shout out to Floyd Thompson. We're going to make you co-sponsor of the stream again for your birthday because I say so. It's just that simple to me. So shout out to Floyd Thompson. Happy birthday, my brother. Happy birthday. When y'all hear this, y'all wish Floyd a happy birthday. Wish Floyd a happy birthday. You know, he good people around here. He definitely good people. Shout out to my main man, Chef Mike's Roundtable is in the building. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. He is the pit master. He and the pit crew help keep things in order around these parts. So shout out to the pit master himself, Chef Mike's Roundtable. Following him right on up, another pit crew member, Mr. Suge to You is in the building. Glad to see you, brother. Glad to see you. We got J Bones in the house. What's up, my brother? What's up, my brother? Afro Merchant is here as well. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Alongo Savage is in the building. Great to have you, brother. Great to have you. We got Bucket in the house. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. And y'all, we about to get into this. And you know what, Floyd? You know what? Happy birthday. And you know, I think this is a great show for your birthday. I think this is a great show for your particular birthday, brother. Because you know, you're a good guy. Yeah, you've been great around here, you know, and you know, these white people, man, or in today's case, these white women, man, they can be problematic. They can be, but not for you, my brother. Not for you. You know how to steer clear of the white women. Okay, I'm saying you steer clear of the white woman. Be careful out there, Floyd. You be careful out there. But shout out to you, my brother. Shout out to you. Happy birthday. And I hope you have a wonderful birthday. Real talk, man. I hope you have a wonderful birthday. Real talk. So shout out to our co-sponsor of the stream, Floyd Thompson, because it's his birthday and because I can do that. It's simple as that over here, y'all. It's simple as that. Shout out to you, brother. Much love to you. All right, folks, we're gonna look at the white women. And I know a couple of y'all may be thrown off because Roger did something that people wouldn't necessarily see coming. But you know, we gonna get into that. Yeah, that very first clip, when you hear the young lady's name, y'all, an 18-year-old, and I didn't say it before, y'all. Once you're 18, responsibilities falls on you. It's on you, man. It's on you. And you hear that young woman's name, you may look and say, is she white? Or you may say, is she Hispanic or something? Is she different? Well, see, this is the thing, y'all. In America, okay, you either white or you black. That's just what it is. Okay. Now, I'm not saying you can't be what you are. I am not saying you can't be Indian. I am not saying you can't be Hispanic. I am not saying you can't be a lot of different things. But due to the American mindset and what's pushed in this country, you are either white or you are black. All right. And you got to make a decision about that, about how you're going to carry yourself and what you're going to try to get away with. Now, it's easier for some folks to be white because of what they look like. Okay. Just like the young lady in the first video. Easy for her to pull off trying to be viewed as a white woman. And y'all know she is trying to be viewed as a white woman because she stole an Uber driver's $5. Okay. Now, the thing is, luckily for him, it was only $5. All right. And he probably wasn't concerned with it, probably wasn't worried about it. Why? Because, you know, in his mind, he got some white girls in the view. Okay. What these white girls gonna do? Nothing. Okay. Nothing. Okay. That's the way it works, y'all. People mentally do some different things. Now, were they truly a bunch of white girls in the view? Not really, but you had that one representing, you know, and one of them possibly is a dude, the way it looked. Like it was a dude on one side, and it was another young lady on the other side. You know, the white presenting woman was in the middle. And sometimes your mind goes there and that's where it stays. It is what it is. So she did what, you would expect white people to do. Now, people would say, well, Roger, what you trying to say about white people? What is it that white people do? As if I said something wrong. Well, what are white people known for, y'all? It's 3 main things that white people are known for: killing, stealing, and destroying. That's what they're known for. What did she do? She was moving like a white woman because she just felt she could and she can get away with it. But she is 18 years old, so she did it as an adult. And when she had to talk to the dude who came over to do the interview, he talked to her. Did y'all hear what she said? Well, I apologize. Meaning what? She said it as if that's enough. The guy said, well, they've been calling you nasty names. She said all day, 24/7, nasty name. What's wrong with these people? Okay. It's all day. And she said that as if she should not have an expectation that people would call her names all day, especially after she herself stole on camera from some guy doing an honest living. Okay? Because let's keep it real, y'all. Guy was driving Uber. He making an honest living. You an Uber customer. Why are you tripping? It don't make sense at the end of the day. Why are you tripping? And then why do you get an attitude? Because people who saw you in the video stealing like a lowly common thief, okay, they are mentally treating you like the quote unquote scum of the earth that was mentioned, okay? They treating you like the scum of the earth. How they supposed to treat you? I mean, you stole from the Uber driver. You need Uber, but you stole from the Uber driver. That don't even make sense. If you're going to steal, steal from some people that you, quote unquote, don't need. But you stealing from the person you showing that you do need. Don't make a lot of sense at the end of the day. But she did expect to be able to get away with it because in her mind, she white. And y'all, this how America works. So I'm not saying she's crazy for thinking that. No, you basically either white or you black. It just is what it is. So I'm not even saying she crazy for thinking that way. She 18 years old. She been living here long enough. She done kind of picked up on things. Okay. Shout out to my main man, Emerald Edge 72. Appreciate the first super chat of the day. Thank you for getting me off to the good start, my brother. He says unsupervised titles are the best. Well, I appreciate you saying that. You know, everybody get a right to pick some favorites. Everyone gets a right to pick some favorites. And I'm glad that you're rocking with them. I'm glad you rock with them. And you know what I also want to say, too, because I meant to say this yesterday. I did actually mean to say this yesterday. Over the weekend, you know, I checked. There was a super thanks. That's what it's called. Super thanks. You know, folks who send money through YouTube, but the show is not airing live. There was a super thanks by Landon. Shout out to you, my brother. Shout out to you. Appreciate you big time. Appreciate you big time. He sent a super thanks over the weekend. Thank you very much, my brother. And also shout out to Jay Bones, who did the same thing. He sent a super thanks over the weekend. Thank you, my brother, y'all. I appreciate that. The Roger Report Live does appreciate getting money 24 hours a day. So you can always send something to the Cash App, the Roger Report. You know, that's $sign the Roger Report. And you can always do a super thanks now. Shout out to those brothers for doing that. And shout out to the quote unquote birthday man. You know, I know people say birthday boy, but Floyd good and grown. Floyd, I had to say thank you very much because he dropped $20 on the Cash App side for his birthday. And he says, happy birthday, Tax. Hashtag long live the habitual line steppers. Shout out to you, my brother. Shout out to you. Y'all make sure y'all say happy birthday to Floyd. It is his birthday. You know, let's share the love around here. Make sure you say happy birthday to Floyd. Real talk, y'all. Real talk. Okay. Now, that second video that I put, we had, a real white woman, y'all. What did she do? You know, if you don't get it, and I'm sure most people do, she got in the Uber saying that she's going to go somewhere. Okay. And what did she do? She canceled the Uber. Now, the thing is, she was somewhat close to her home. So I'm going to say this looks very premeditated to me. She's somewhat close to home. And she said, well, just drop me off at home. So what was she doing? She was trying to get a free ride to home. Okay, I get it. I understand it. But she's a white woman and she's making an attempt to look, this is what they call theft of service. A white woman trying to steal. Am I personally shocked? No. I know this is more difficult for the average person to deal with. Okay, probably much tougher than me for some folks to look at this white woman and see her attempting to have a theft of service. A white woman stealing, that only makes sense to me. Now, people can say whatever they want to say. And they'll say, you might say, Roger, why would you say that? Because what are white people known for? Killing, stealing, and destroying. That is what white people are known for. You know, a lot of us, we suspend that thinking when we do a lot of thoughts processes. We put that to the side for some reason. But what are white people known for? Killing, stealing, and destroying. So a white woman trying to have a theft of service when it comes to a guy working Uber doesn't surprise me at all. Okay? Doesn't surprise me at all. Okay? I'm just saying. Not me. Maybe somebody else. But not me. Okay? And to talk to him as if she's not trying to pull that. Yeah, and now I do like the fact that he said, well, you know what? There's a police station right over this way, too. I'm going to drop you off there. Now, does he have the gumption to actually go to that police station, get out the vehicle, and go tell on her? Hopefully. I'm going to say hopefully, because if you don't, what's the point in taking her to the police station if you won't go in there and tell on her? Okay? Tell on them. Now, you got to follow through sometime, y'all. You know, you got to follow through. Okay? Now, there's another story Well, we have a woman, and she's a doctor. Okay. Now I don't know exactly what her background is. She looks a little Middle Eastern, like she has a Middle Eastern background to me. I'm not gonna say what she is. I'm saying what she looked like to me. If I had to guess, okay, I sound like something like that. But at the end of the day, again, with the right skin tone, these folks are white presenting, so they carry themselves with their ideal of what white is supposed to be. Now, it says that she's a doctor, okay? She's a doctor. And how is she acting over an Uber ride? Okay? Like a complete moron, a complete fool, somebody who likes to risk being beat up. I'll tell you that, y'all, because I got to think about it from the driver's perspective also. What if I was an Uber driver and somebody started acting like this toward me? Now, I understand she's acting a little irrational or whatever, and I'm not saying y'all can't give people grace. You can, okay? You absolutely can give somebody some grace if that's what you want to do. But when I seen the paperwork that got thrown out, like I guess she went into the glove compartment and started throwing paperwork out into the street. I can let a lot of stuff slide, but I mean, now we starting to stretch it a bit. Okay, now we starting to stretch it a bit. And when she was asked about this, did she just say, well, you know what? I'm a bad person. I was doing something I ain't got no business doing. No, she said, no, I'm a victim. I'm a victim. You see, what happened was, or what had happened was, because when they hit the what had happened, here comes the mess. The what had happened was, I was going through a hard situation. I think she said something about what was it? I'm trying to think what the excuse was, y'all. Because one excuse was that she broke up with her boyfriend like right before this happened. She broke up with her boyfriend right before this happened, which is why she said she was acting as crazy. Okay. She also said, it was two people that get in the Uber. It was another young lady with an Uber. Her name was Angela. Okay. Which is close to her name. And now I never saw this other woman. Okay. There's no trace of the other woman. This is just what she claimed. There's another woman with a close name, and the Uber driver pulled up and yelled out Angie. So both women thought it was their Uber, even though I don't see anything with another person who thinking it's their Uber. We didn't see none of that. Okay, we didn't see none of that. Now, my thing is, where was the other woman? And if it was her Uber, what happened to her? So I ain't gonna say she lying, but I'm gonna tell you the straight up truth. I don't believe her. Okay. And I believe she was drunk. Okay. And I forget, she said some other thing I believe it was like maybe somebody passed away or something. Like she just found out somebody passed away and she just broke with her boyfriend. Looking at the video, why would a man break up with her? What guy would break up with her? A lot of them, if you ask me. A lot of them, if you ask me. It seems like a sensible thing to do once you can get past the fact that she got a boyfriend in the first place. Now, this is the thing, y'all. She's a doctor, man. The two industries in America that people look at as, and they hold them very high esteem, is doctors and lawyers. And doctor beats out lawyer. And she is a doctor. So this how the doctors act. So when we not at the hospital, when we not seeing them at the hospital, y'all, when they don't have the white coats on, okay? When they just moving about the world, this how they get out? Because this is crazy work. This is crazy work, if you ask me. So this what y'all doing when we ain't looking, huh? You went through all that schooling, all that training, just to act like this when we not looking. Not a good look. Not a good look. Now, luckily for her, it's another situation like in the other situations where the people don't press charges. Okay. No charges have been pressed up until this point. No charges have been pressed up to this point. So you know what? Society is training white women that, yeah, you can get away with things. Okay. You most assuredly can get away with things because people ain't even attempting to press charges. Ain't that about nothing? Now, I just be wondering why people just don't want to press no charges. Okay. Because if you got them dead to rights and it's on camera, what's the big deal about pressing charges? To me, I think I would take out a little time to press some charges in these situations because it only makes sense at the end of the day to go ahead and press a few charges. I mean, what's the big deal? Okay, what is the big deal? Now, there was another young lady, in this video as well. Okay, she works for a news station doing sportscasting. She acting a fool on camera. She got the shout out to Paul Mooney, the complexion for the protection. All right, she get out of pocket with someone, and she right back on the news. It's no big deal. Okay, it's no big deal. Again, it's just kind of, well, she white. She made a mistake. Okay, she back on air though. You know, she back on air in no time. It wasn't treated as a big deal. I wonder why white women act like this. Just wasn't treated as a big deal at all. Now, they did throw something there about a white man kind of going off on somebody too. I mean, what you want me to say? Today's show is about white women. But I guess that's one of the white men they get it from. I'll just say that. When the white women act a little crazy, they want some of what he getting. Their perception of what he's getting. Okay. Well, the white man get to get away with stuff. I want to get away with stuff too. Okay. I want to get away with stuff too. Is what it is, Now, should these ladies be ashamed of themselves? Well, you would think they should be ashamed of themselves, but in the real world, is that even a thing? Okay. Is it even a thing for white women to be ashamed of themselves based on their actual behavior? I don't know that that's a thing. Okay. I don't know that that's a thing. It could be a thing, but I can't tell you it's a thing because I don't know that to be a thing. Okay. And that's just keeping it real. Okay. Now, you think you have enough folks to talk about or whatever? And I guess technically we do, but no, not at all. Okay. Now I don't know what's going on with the Uber stuff because the video just kept popping up, y'all. I don't know what's going on with the Uber stuff. All right, we got another young lady who gets into an Uber. Now I've seen the guy before, so I know he does a lot of recording of his personal journey as an Uber driver. So we get a white woman who says, say my name. She hit him with the with the Destiny Child. Say my name. Hit him with the Destiny Child. Now he like, well, no, you can say your name. She wants to verify that this is the person who's supposed to pick her up. All right. Now, I did do Uber before myself, y'all. I found it as a decent little hustle. I used to go out, do like $500 every weekend. Okay. I seen what it was like. So Why does it make sense for a passenger to say their name? It's so the Uber driver can verify that that's the right person being picked up. That's a good way to do it. Now, he didn't want to give his name or give the name of the rider because now this is the thing. If he gives the name of the rider, he can claim, well, she can claim that that's the right person, and then she can get in somebody else's Uber and go somewhere else. Now you're spending somebody else's money. So she can give her name to the Uber driver, so the Uber driver won't pick up the wrong person, which the guy tried to get her to do. She also could look at the make and model of the vehicle. She can actually look at the license plate as well as something he suggested. But what was she doing? She said, I don't feel comfortable. I don't feel safe. You have to say my name. Now, I don't know why he would give the name of the person he's supposed to pick up so she can pretend she's the actual person that he's supposed to pick up. And if she says, yeah, that's my name, what does he have to go on at that particular point? Nothing. So, do I understand why he didn't give the person who's supposed to be riding name? I 100% understand. Okay. She went into, I don't feel safe. Now, the interesting part, if y'all looked at her and like really looked at her body language, she was saying this stuff with her chest, y'all. She really believed the world is supposed to wrap around her so she can quote unquote feel safe. Okay. So she can quote unquote feel safe. Now, she done got in the car. Does she have the license plate number? Yes, y'all. Uber will give you, if you've never ridden Uber before, Uber is going to give you the plate number of the car that's supposed to be picking you up so you can verify that it's the right person. Okay? And just like a white woman, she looked at him and, you know, she looked at him and like, no, I got to be difficult. Let's do it a different way. Let's not do the prescribed way. Let's do it different. Let's make it more difficult for the guy to get in trouble if he do something wrong. Or some people understand you ain't gonna get in trouble, but you know, you can take somebody and then not get paid for the ride. Because if it found out you giving some stranger a ride that you wasn't supposed to get him and you take them to a different location than where they were supposed to go, then boom, they just don't, you know, the corporation ain't for the charge that the person whose account it was really under for that. And then you're not gonna get paid for it. So if you're the driver, what's your interest in going somewhere with the wrong person? It doesn't favor you at all. It's really a waste of your time, gas, and energy. Shout out to my main man, Trail Bentley. He said, when I drove Lyft, I would say the passenger's name after they said mine first, which makes sense because we want to make sure we're picking up the right people. Okay, yeah, I did Uber for a little while. So, yeah, I want to make sure that when I take off, they charging the right person so I can get my money. Okay, I wasn't like a lot of other Uber drivers. There's folks who didn't take it as serious as I did, but I took it as something for me to do to get money and get money fast. Okay, so again, I go out, do $500 over the weekend basically, and come on home. You know, I had a goal, went to meet my goal as quickly as possible. If I picked her up, I might have just canceled the ride on her because I ain't got time to be talking to you, okay? You're a white woman that don't feel comfortable, and I don't care. I don't care about whether you feel comfortable or not. I'd probably just cancel the ride. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. It's only so much talking I'm about to do to you, okay? You forgot who you are, and you definitely forgot who I am. You know what I'm saying? I'm here as a person to get paid. And if I'm not getting paid, this ain't working. Okay? All right. If I'm not getting paid, this ain't working. All right. Now, I did a couple of videos, y'all, because my main feature is a 23-year-old white woman, y'all. 23-year-old white woman. And I'm assuming most of y'all have heard something about the story at this particular point. Okay? Now, I couldn't find the original quote unquote video to put up about her acting a fool, but all this stuff leads to a 23-year-old woman in Oswego, New York, to be doing DoorDash. And what happens? Some food was ordered. It was for a man who was at home. The instructions, according to the information that's been put out there, the instructions were to leave the food at his door. Now, I put in 3 videos so y'all can kind of piece it together. So we can see how the door was quote unquote cracked at first. Y'all can see that she did open the door. And she started recording. She went into a man's home and started recording. The man is laid out on the couch. Okay. His underwear is pulled down to his ankles. So, he got his packages out there, not for the world to see, but only for the people in his home to see. Now, I don't know what was going on with the man. I ain't going to speculate. Doesn't actually make a real difference. He could have been drunk, which is fine because he at the crib. He could have been on some medicine, which is fine because he's at the crib. Maybe, just maybe he was playing with himself. Okay? Because the woman said, I was sexually assaulted. Maybe that man was playing with himself, but he was at the crib. Who cares? He can do that at home. Okay? Was the door wide open? No, not at first. The door is not wide open. So what does this mean? Now, I ain't never delivered food for when I did the Uber. I didn't deliver no food, so I didn't do none of that. But I have ordered food. Okay, I have ordered food. Okay, now I did it with Uber because I used to work for Uber, so I used their system or whatever. Now this young lady was working with DoorDash. She 23 and she a little slow. Okay, I'm gonna say she a little slow. You 23 years old, man. You are responsible at 18. Okay? You done got a few years in of being an adult. All right? Now, just maybe she went to college or something right after high school, and maybe she didn't get out until she was like 22. This is possible, or whatever the case is. You're 23 years old. Like, when you gonna figure out how to be an adult? Okay? When are you gonna do that? Now, is this her parents' fault? Well, they raised her. That's all I can say. They did raise her. The way she make it look, they ain't help much. The way she makes it look, they ain't help much. I don't know what they was teaching her as she was growing up. I don't know, y'all. Okay, I don't know what they was teaching her. And if she's not living her life based on how they taught her, she's not a good advertising for them right now. She just wasn't being a good advertisement for them. Okay. Because at 23, you're supposed to be able to figure some stuff out. Okay. You're supposed to be able to figure some stuff out at 23 years old. Now, the man done ordered some food. He out for the count, as they say. When she get there, she fully opens his door so anybody can now look into the crib. Okay, anybody can look in now. But she white. So she takes it upon herself to pull out her phone, record the naked white man talking about she got sexually assaulted. I don't know. I don't know that she wasn't turned on. That's what I'm going to tell y'all. I don't know that she wasn't turned on. I understand she said this whole thing about she was sexually assaulted, but she did record a man, you know, he got his Johnson out and she recorded. What you want me to say? His package is out there and she recorded it. Okay. But she say she was sexually assaulted. She made sure she got camera footage so she can share with whoever she wants to, including the world, because she did upload it to the internet, about this man who's out there laying at the crib. He knocked out, but his package is there and available to be seen in the recording. Okay? Now, of course, I ain't posting no footage of dude's package on the internet, but she did post dude's package on the internet. And yes, shout out to my man Trey Billy. She said, I'm the victim. She put some other dude's package on the internet who was in the privacy of his own home. She tried to make him sound like a creep. And see, my thing is, if he did something that, in your opinion, would sound creepy, he did it at home. What I'm supposed to be mad at him for acting like a creep at home? If that's your perception of what a creep is, whatever. Who cares about your opinion? The man did it at home. So guess what, y'all? He could have been whacking off, as they say. He could have did all that. But he did it at the crib. How does a 23-year-old white woman be dumb enough to pull out her phone, open up the door, walk in the man's house, start recording him, see that he knocked out with his package out? And she's dumb enough to put it on the internet. She's dumb enough to send it to DoorDash. Like, she sent this to DoorDash. Let me make sure DoorDash understands 100% that I'm a little slow. And I don't need to represent that company at any time. Okay? Do y'all got, I mean, does anybody think about the representatives at DoorDash who caught wind of this? Like, what were they supposed to do? What were they supposed to do, man? Like, think about it, y'all. You worked for DoorDash at the time. You're a person who got to deal with the emails or whatever. You know, I don't know what your position would be at DoorDash, and you're dealing with this stuff, but you there, you working. You're dealing with customer complaints and all that type of stuff. I forgot what she said the name of the people are. But you get an email or whatever. Ho hum. Let me live my ho hum life. I'm getting paid some decent dollars, so I'm here. I'm going through all this feedback. And then, boom. Here come across your computer. You got some porn. It's not going to be a usual day at work, man. You got some porn that done showed up at your computer. Now, I would say, it may not have been good porn. It may not have been entertaining porn. But you got some porn, okay? It may not have been the best angle of porn, but you got some porn, okay? Again, you just at work. It's another whole hum day. And all of a sudden, porn. Here you go. Shout out to my man Landon. Appreciate you again, my brother. Appreciate you again. He sends a super chat, says, white women privilege is a special form of privilege. You know what I'm going to say also? It's also a special form of stupid. That's all I'm going to say, man. That's all I'm going to say. A special form of stupid. Because somebody who's just doing their job, I can just imagine you just at the desk another whole hum day. And all of a sudden, you got some fresh porn. Now, a lot of employees can take that in a different way. That would have been a moment where I wish I would have worked with certain friends. I wish I would have worked with, if I would have had to come across this and I worked with certain friends. Boy, I would have did some laughing, y'all. Okay, I would have done me some laughing. Look what somebody done sent me. Look what some idiot done sent me. Once I really realized what this is, look what this dummy done sent me. Boy, I would have had myself a good time. Okay, at her 23-year-old expense, I would have had myself a good time. But Tunnel Runner is back, so let me go ahead and give it to Tunnel Runner right now before something else happens and he disappears again. So I'm glad to have you, brother. Glad to have you. You got the mic. What say you, my brother?
My brother. I don't have a Becky, but I got a Maria. And Maria got some blonde hair. And sometimes she do things that I don't even that she doesn't even realize what she's doing. That and me as a black man would never do. What receipt? I don't need a receipt. Just walking out the store without the receipt, just picking up stuff and in the grocery store, just picking up food and eating it. Just put the wrapper in the thing. I'll pay for it at the front. I said, we don't do stuff like this, baby. You gotta, know, just not asking the price of things. Just, oh, I want that, and it was like, baby, what, how much? I don't know. It's like, we gotta get a price. So a lot of times they're unaware of how things go, and they're so privileged because as what they say, a white woman's tears are the most valuable thing. They start crying and people just fold.
I definitely heard the expression. But I'm gonna say she 23, man.
Yeah.
How
True.
old you got to be? And I ain't saying don't chime in about none of these other y'all, but for me, myself personally, I was gonna focus on. Well, it depends on how people want to go in the conversation. Because I think the biggest W, well, I ain't gonna say the biggest W, but because the doctor going off, you can say something about all these folks at the end of the day, but to me, it's a special kind of stupid when you go through the trouble of telling on yourself, okay? And it's like we had one dummy. See, everybody else just kind of got caught. Okay, it was somebody else's camera, someone else's viewpoint, somebody else's content that technically was not under their control. No, we had somebody who was dumb enough, who controlled the narrative, as they said, and she still told on herself. Okay, this is just a special kind of stupid. Now I understand y'all. Somebody may be offended, and I'm gonna say you should be offended that she presented herself as being this dumb. Not me. I understand somebody gonna say, well, I'm offended at what you saying, right? Why are you offended at me, but you're not offended that she that dumb? Your priorities are out of order. But let me go ahead and also get a mic to my new favorite Kryptonian. What about Chicago? You have the mic, my brother. Go ahead.
Happy Tuesday, Roger.
Happy Tuesday, brother.
Happy Tuesday to the panel and the chat.
Happy birthday, brother.
Man. Thank you, man. Thank you. So I see that you making fun of them, of my good little pink toes, huh? Huh?
Making fun of them.
Yeah.
The accusal. I ain't gonna say, you know what? It's your 2-minute opening statement. I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm just gonna give you the shock look. I'm shocked that you would say this, but go ahead.
You're out here making my little pink toes look stupid, and I don't like that. You know that whenever I see pink toes, I feel closer to God. You can't be out here messing around with my little pink toes. I know they're a special brand of retards. You know what I mean? They are truly a special brand of retards. But come on, you know what I mean? Are we really gonna throw them under the bus? Can you think about this beautiful DoorDash girl who has her life in jeopardy right now because of a tiny little mistake? But besides, why was this guy Johnson out like that? He put his Johnson out. Why? I've been drunk and passed out. I never had my Johnson out. Why was he Johnson out like that? I mean, look at this beautiful white snow cone. Huh? Still innocent, man. She can't do no wrong. Look at her. She's pretty. She got pretty clothes, you know. I'm just no. So we can't throw them under the bus like that, you know. They we can do something good with them. We can save them. I'm willing to save them. You know, instead of y'all worrying about what's going on in Chicago, y'all here ragging about them little snow coolers, messing with my little pictures. Don't do that. Tell me, how many people got shot in Chicago yesterday? Don't want to say it. Tell me. Hmm? How many people little neck bone 12 gauge mic that shot yesterday? You want to talk about that? You want to talk about that? Hmm? You want to talk about what's going on in Chicago? You do know that despite them being specially retarded per capita, you black people commit more crimes than anybody else, right?
If that's a real question, then yes, I'm totally unaware of that. I'm totally unaware of that.
Hey, I'm just saying, man. You should be worried more about the black gang violence, you know? Gang violence everywhere, man.
Man,
Huh? What about Chicago?
all I'm gonna say is I don't think any of these criminal acts that we're highlighting today were done in Chicago. Because what are we highlighting today? Criminal acts. I don't think any of them happened in Chicago.
Hey Roger, I heard this was one of the safest weeks in Chicago compared to what happened in Brown University. It was very safe. That Brown University, Rhode Island, is a dangerous place.
Well, I'm gonna say I'm glad that all these things that are being highlighted today. Now, if we pay attention, y'all, these are criminal acts. Okay, you got the woman who stole out the man's tip jar. That's okay. That's a criminal act. We got a doctor who she was littering. Because when she took out whoever's paperwork and just threw it in the street, that's littering number one. Okay, she was acting with disorderly conduct. Obviously, okay, criminal act. Okay, they say she assaulted the guy. They didn't get it on camera. I believe they said she assaulted the guy because she was touching on him as she was beating stuff or whatever. Criminal acts, man. Like it's criminal acts all over the place, man. Criminal acts. The woman who got in the car, who the guy said, "I'm gonna take you to the police station." She was doing theft of service. Criminal acts, man. It's criminal acts all over this video. These videos, man. Criminal acts. Now I don't think these happen in Chicago, but these are criminal acts, man.
Roger, you could have a witness. You could have 2 or 3 witnesses, and one white woman could say she didn't do it. If it ain't on film, she might get away with it.
Well, these white women got away with it on film.
Yeah, exactly.
The only one who might actually have to deal with some accountability is this woman that told on herself.
Yeah,
the rest of them have pretty much got away with it. Yeah,
I'm gonna make sure y'all know I'm messing up.
Yeah, the other white women, they seem to be faring out fine, and it's not even a major issue. The only one who might have to really have some level of accountability is literally the one who told on herself. So it's as you say what you're saying, are we having to come to the realization the only way for a white woman to be held accountable, she got to tell herself? Is that what we're doing? Because these are all criminal acts at the end of the day, y'all. These are all criminal acts. So now, is it going on their records about these criminal acts? No. The only one is going on a record at all, and it may not even stay on a record because it ain't over with, y'all, is the white woman who told on herself. Now, let's think about that. Let's think about it. And no one in Chicago was hurt during the making of these I can't call them episodes, but the making of this content. No one was hurt in Chicago during the making of this content. So yeah, your precious white woman, she acting a fool out here in these streets, man. She acting a straight fool in these streets. And you know what? I am not surprised that the story of someone going into someone's home uninvited, pulling out their own camera and recording the private dwellings inside another person's home. It does not shock me that it's a white woman. You know, it don't shock me at all that it's a white woman. Because if I had to bet my money, who think they could just walk into some random person's house and start recording what's going on in the privacy of their home? Yeah, that's going to be a white woman. If I got to put my money on somebody, that's going to be a white woman. Okay? This criminal white woman. Now, she's 23 years old, and she's standing on it, y'all. Because if y'all are not aware, okay, she has gone to court to do her plea, whether she's going to plead guilty or not guilty. And according to reports, she went there and she pleaded not guilty, man. No, I ain't going down for this. I'm the victim, okay? Y'all not going to victimize me without a fight, okay? Y'all not going to do this without a fight. She said, I'm the victim. Y'all supposed to be helping me, okay? Y'all supposed to be helping me. So she officially pleaded not guilty to all the charges coming against her because she broke in someone's home. Well, technically, she didn't break in, but she did trespass into someone's home and start recording what's going on. Now, y'all got to remember, when you're in somebody's home, that's private. It's not public. That's in the home. Yeah, you can record what's going on inside somebody's home as long as you can get it recorded from a public space. But you can't, it's not legal for you to walk in on their property or go inside their home and record them without permission. You got to be able to get it from the street. If you can't get it from the street, you ain't supposed to get it. So she breaking all kinds of laws and she telling on herself. And not only did she tell DoorDash, y'all, she literally went to the police station to tell on herself. She said, I was sexually assaulted. She went and told the cops. You know, you got to be a special kind of stupid to commit a crime. And one of the first things you do after committing the crime is send evidence to your employer. Okay, which really, I'm pretty sure that's more like an independent business owner. If you're doing something for DoorDash, I don't really think they're employees. I don't know 100% for sure, but I don't believe they're actual employees. They're like independent business owners. But a lot of people don't know the difference. So you sent it to them, the corporation, and you also go literally to a police station to tell the police that you illegally recorded someone in their home and expected to walk out of there. That's a lot of nerve. That's a lot of nerve. But Lena has come up, so I'm going to go ahead and give the mic to Lena, and let's see where Lena goes with this. You know, should be interesting. Hey, Lena, how you doing?
Hey, Roger. Good morning. How you doing? I cannot believe she did that. Say you stupid without saying you stupid. She literally went in that man home and recorded it.
Wasn't no way to get his Johnson on camera without going in his home.
That's home invasion. I'd be like, she entered my home. That's the way I would do if I was him. Without my permission. I didn't know. That's exactly what I would do. That is crazy. That's some type of bold, some type of entitlement. I'm entitled to come in your home anytime and record you. But also, I wanted to say something about Chicago. You know, I'm from Chicago, born and raised. Our beautiful city is not to be talked about. I'm sorry. It's a beautiful city here. It's some parts that are bad, but you just got to know where to go and stay away from it. Like, if you're anywhere where the street start with K's and 11.
Well, hold on. Before you disparage my city, let's
I love
remember.
my city.
No. I get you, but let's remember this. I don't even know what to call this brother. Came up and tried to throw Chicago under the bus when Chicago is not the subject of today's show. We will not be disparaging Chicago today.
Right, no Chicago slander.
To say that all these women, none of these women, to my understanding, have did this in Chicago, are from Chicago, or represent Chicago in any shape, way, and form. And that ain't the subject of today's show. So we're going to leave Chicago alone, and we're going to stay on these white women. That's what we're going to do.
Right, we're not tolerating Chicago slander here as a Chicago native myself. But yeah, I think that is crazy. That's some type of crazy entitlement. I mean, any woman, whether she white, black, if you sit up there and you think you deserve to have access to somebody's house, just walk in. That's beyond disrespectful. I would be scared to walk in somebody's home. I'm scared somebody think I was an intruder and shoot me. I hate to admit, she's stupid.
No, you know.
Well, I mean, she's white. You know, now I'm going to say a lot of people, due to white propaganda, expect white people to be smart. I'm going to say that's just what I see as I go about in the world. Okay. Being a person born and raised in America, that's what I see. People expect white people to be white. Okay. They expect white people to be smart. They expect white people to do all kinds of stuff. I'm going to say I do expect white people to be white, but I also expect white people to do dumb stuff because they have if you ask me, a very long track record of doing dumb stuff. And I know everybody gonna say, well, white, anybody can do dumb stuff. Sure, that's true. But white people seem to do dumb stuff more swiftly than others. I'll say that. Okay.
But I also feel like they have access to your life and tell them, not all white people, but there's a certain type of white people that think, oh, this is my house, or this is my house, I can do what I want, regardless if it's yours. You're black and we own everything. Like, that's the way I felt about that black guy. I forgot, that went into that abandoned house that was being worked on, and those two white guys came and shot him and killed him in the truck. I forgot where that was, but I forgot that guy.
He was just trying to avoid. He was just trying to avoid two white killers. That's what he was trying to do. He wasn't trying to go to an abandoned house. He was out jogging.
He was jogging, and he just happened to look at the house. He was just you don't know why he was there.
He was avoiding two white men. That's what he was doing. It wasn't. Yes, you talking about Amon Arbery. Shout out to Terrell Bentley. Talking about Amon Arbery. It wasn't about him looking at no house. It was just about he's trying to avoid two white men because they might act white. And what happened? They did act white, and now he's dead.
And
so that's why I say, for a person to go inside a home, start recording in their home, and this is the privacy of their home, and then record somebody naked in the home and put it on the internet. It ain't shocking to me a white woman did it. That ain't shocking at all. Who else would go inside somebody's home? Now, let's keep it real, y'all. There's people who do dumb stuff. Everybody does something dumb. But to grow up as an American, and I hear a woman went inside somebody's home, uninvited, recorded somebody in the home with their private parts out, and then immediately post that on the internet, didn't even censor the material. Who could be that stupid? That's one of the first things that come to mind when I heard this, y'all. Now, I heard about this a while ago, but the thing is, who could be that stupid to record porn? Because that's what it is at the end of the day. Who could be that stupid to record porn and then upload it to the internet on sites that ain't porn sites? Who is that stupid?
A white woman.
Yeah. Then on top of that, that's considered illegal. It's a crime. Like sending they had new legislation. Let's say your lover decides to release a private, sensitive, private pictures y'all took or video. That's I think it starts off at 10,000 as a fine. That's a crime to do that. I mean, I don't understand why she didn't know that. The sending private pictures of somebody without somebody's permission isn't illegal.
She's 23 years old. Who say she don't know that? My thing, you know everything you need to know at 18. You're 23. How dumb are you? Okay, because I bet if somebody walked in her home without permission and recorded her, and she had her little box out, and they uploaded that on the internet to non-porn sites, I bet she would know the difference then.
Mm-hmm.
I bet she knows the difference. You know, I'm very confident she would understand exactly what happened if somebody did that to her little box after they then walked into her home without her permission. I bet she know all kinds of and understand all kinds of to rules, regulations, laws, and everything. She probably be able to find the statutes out and everything. Okay, on why somebody should get arrested because they walked in her home without permission and recorded her with her box out and then uploaded that to non-porn sites.
And it's another black kid. It's a kid that's going through that.
Hold on now. We got to stick to the subject of the show. You try to talk about everything but today's subject. We
Oh,
can't
no,
do
I'm
that.
sorry. They're going through something similar. It's a black boy. They took pictures of him.
I'm gonna say hold off on it because that's a
I'm
black
sorry,
boy. We
Roger.
on
I'm sorry.
unsupervised white people. We ain't got nothing. This ain't about no black folk today. This is unsupervised white people.
I got you. Let me stick to the subject. I got you.
Okay. Shout out to Floyd. Say hashtag peep and carry. Y'all, that's a perfect name for what happened. That's a perfect name for what happened. So shout out to Floyd Thompson for that. Shout out to Red72 because he got a chunk out of it too. And I would say that's a perfect name. And and for this white woman to say that I'm the victim, and she's sticking to her guns on this, y'all. She's sticking to her guns. I'm the victim. I went into the man's home. I recorded him in his private moments. And guess what? I put it on non-porn sites. Now, does any woman understand what's going on if it's her? I think every woman got a real understanding about what's going on if somebody did it to her.
We're so sensitive. We're so sensitive. We don't even want bad pictures of ourselves up. Like, oh, you can only take pictures from me from this angle or from the right, or I have to have more lighting than that. Women are way more sensitive.
Roger, let me ask you a question. If the guy was black, do you think the reaction would be different?
I mean, if it's me, the reaction will be very different. No, let me stop. I mean, the reaction towards certain people is going to be different because they'll do everything to help her get out of this. Let's be realistic about that. If she did this, they would do everything they could to help her get out of it. And I'm gonna say they're gonna try to help her somewhat, but they're gonna take it seriously because the guy was white at the end of the day. But if she did this to a black man, people would be taking some precautions to help her avoid criminal situations. She's gonna have to face some type of criminal situation because it is a white man at the end of the day, and they do have to give some protection to white men. And because it's public, when it first came out, seemed like it may have went viral when it first came out. I'm not sure, but it seemed like it got some attention. It's been in news programs. The news has reported on it. So when it come down to it, would all this happen if the guy was black? Probably not the same way. If we're gonna be realistic about it. I'm sure they would have had to do something, but people would have been trying to be a lot more helpful toward her. And don't get it twisted, y'all. There's some people, because there's always somebody, y'all. There's some people who take her side, and there's some people who say she's a victim. Now, I don't know what she's a victim of because she went inside somebody else's home without permission. And then the instructions on the app was for her to leave the food at the door. I don't know why you got to go inside anybody's home to leave food at the door. Now, it wasn't from DoorDash, but I have ordered food myself, and I left instructions for them to leave at the door. That's one of the options that you pick. You ain't got to come in the house to do that. So I don't even know what the issue is or why you can't follow simple instructions. To me, it's just you're a white woman and you think you don't need to follow instructions. Because I don't see how this happens if you just follow the rules. Okay? I don't know what's so hard about following instructions when it comes to certain white people. Okay? Because you're 23. How dumb are you? That's to me, that's a fair question. How dumb are you? You have a simple instruction, leave food at the door. How slow do you have to be to not simply follow that instruction? Now, I'm thinking they're delivering food for people. You're gonna make money off deliveries. The quicker I make deliveries, the quicker I get paid. Why would I go inside somebody's house? I mean, it could have been a murder scene in there, y'all. I'm not going to know it because I'm getting paid to deliver food. If I'm in this person's situation, I'm getting paid to deliver food, y'all. Door cracked open. I don't care what's going on in that house. I'm going to leave that food at the door so I can get on to the next one. Why? Because that's how I get paid. It could have been a murder scene in that house. I'm not going to know. Neither am I going to care. I'm just trying to, if this what I'm doing, this what I'm doing. I'm trying to get this food out and get my money. So I don't know why she all up in dude crib. Okay. Other than the fact that she white and think that she believes she owns everything. And I do believe they got to do something to her because the victim is a quote unquote perceived white man. Now, I don't know who the victim actually is. I don't know if he's actually white or whatever, but he's a perceived white man. So they got to do something, you know. Shout out to Trey Bentley. He said, Roger, she originally posted the door cracked, left, and then came back 20 minutes later to video the door wide open. Oh, she a complete, if 20 minutes actually went by, she a complete idiot. Now, I'm going to say it's hard for me to imagine that she came back 20 minutes later to film it with the door wide open. But when you dumb enough to do all what she did, it's hard for me to believe that she's not that dumb. She definitely sounds that dumb. I mean, shout out to all the women in these videos. Yeah, they all were dumb to a certain level. They were definitely all dumb to a certain level. But I think this young lady takes the cake, especially when I found out she was 23 years old. You know, how you make it to 23 and you this slow?
If you're white, you can. If you're white and you get protection, the world revolves around you. Everybody's bending over to make you feel good. Everybody's acquiescing to your demands. Of course, you can be this slow and make it and survive and thrive. We got many little white among us.
You know what? I get all that too, and I thought about that. And I think even with all that, you kind of slow. Because number one, she did it to a perceived white man. You know, if you look at the camera footage, and I know it's hard to come up with the original footage, you know, especially the uncut original footage, because she dumb enough to put porn on non-porn sites. She was literally that dumb. And then she complains that she got a strike. It's like 3 strikes and I'm out. And these guys gave me a strike, even though I put porn on their site that's not a porn site. I'm like, come on now. Now we really, how slow can you? It's slow enough that you recorded the man in the first place in the privacy of his own home. You already super slow on that. You already on some stuff that don't make sense just for the fact that you walked in the home. Why did you care to even go in this dude's home? Now, that's my thing. Why do you care about what's going on in his home? Now, if I was doing that job and I run across the same stuff, even if I seen a quote-unquote naked woman through some crack, if I noticed the woman was naked through some, I ain't going in the lady's house. I don't care nothing about that lady. I'm out here to get money. Seeing a woman naked don't get me money. What gets me money? Leaving that at the door. Now, this is the thing, y'all. And y'all may even say it sound bad. I don't care if it was a woman laying there naked. Since I'm a man, I'm changing agendas. If I can see that you're naked through a small crack in your door, but I make money off doing a delivery, and the instruction says leave at the door, looking at you don't get me paid. So guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to leave that food at the door and I'm gone. Now, some of y'all may say, hey, the respectable thing to do would be maybe to close the door. Now, my property, I ain't worried about that door. Well, what if somebody else come in there and look in there and got nothing to do with me? I'm there to make some money off dropping off some food. That's what I'm doing. Well, it's a woman. Shouldn't you be more concerned that somebody may record the woman and put her on the internet? I don't care what she got going on in her personal life. This ain't my daughter. Okay? This ain't my daughter. I don't care what she got going. Maybe she want people to see her. I don't know. I don't actually care. Now, if she's somebody I knew, yeah, okay, I'll close the door because now I can be sensitive to my friend. I don't care what you got going on. Did you really want somebody to see you, but you wanted to look innocent to make it a crack so the guy had to be tempted to open the door? Maybe, but I don't care. I'm there to get paid. We can do all that other stuff during my personal time. If I'm working to deliver some food, I'm doing what get me the money. I don't care about all that extra stuff, okay? I don't care nothing about all that extra stuff, okay? Shout out to a source. He said, you got to take a peek at least, Roger. Roger don't care. Roger out there to get paid, okay? If that's what I'm doing at the time, I'm there to get paid. If it ain't finna get me paid, I ain't really worried about it. Real talk. Her door could have been wide open. I still would have put that food there. Now, if her door would have been wide open, I'm a man. I probably would have looked because I would have been somewhat in shock that her door is open. And you know what I'm going to say? She at home. She can do that. And I'm going to walk away.
Hey, Roger, my father told me don't mix business and pleasure. Keep them separate.
Father sound like a wise man. That's what I'm going to say. Father sound like a wise man. You know? But I'm saying, y'all, we got to make critical choices. And I understand some stuff can come out of nowhere and you don't really expect it to happen. But, you know, people should, you know, you got to hold somebody accountable at some particular point. Now, shout out to KNC and Red. I'm going to read this real quick because I noticed the name in there. KNC and Red say, Roger Report. If your girl, Bria Miles or Kelly Rowland is there, you going in? Guess what? The answer is no. It would be, the thought would be nice. I ain't gonna lie. The thought would be nice. But number one, I'm forced to look at Kelly Rowland in a different way now because Kelly Rowland messed around and got married. So, you know, she's a married woman now, so I can't even look at her the way I really want to look at her. Okay? Bria Miles, if it's her, I mean, if it's Kelly or Bria, I would want to go in and look. I'd say that I would definitely want to go in and look. But man, if I'm making my money, women that are attached to my money, I am not trying to talk to or deal with it all. I'm just keeping it real, y'all. If it's attached to me making money, I don't want those women. It's enough women out here that any woman that's attached to me making money, I don't want nothing to do with them. It's just that simple for me. I don't want nothing to do with it.
You're better than me, man. If it's Kelly Rowland, I'm gonna sit up. If it's Kelly Rowland, man, I'm going in.
I'm gonna tell you what, y'all. Number one, I ain't going in. Why? Because number one, it's a woman. I could go in to even say that your door is open. She's gonna be offended 9 times out of 10. If I shut her door, what if she wakes up when I close the door? How y'all think she gonna react when if she hit the door shut? Let's play this out a little bit. A woman is at home. She done ordered some food service. You come to the door, okay? Especially if she attractive, okay? The more attractive she is, the worse I would expect her to act. Now, let's think about this realistically, y'all. She done fell out. She sleep. She on the couch, but you can see the couch from the door. All right? And she could have left it wide open. Let's say you close that door because you trying to be a quote-unquote decent man. Now, the door don't close. She hear the door close. So what does she do? She gets up. She walks to the window. What does she see when she walks to the window? She see you walking back to your vehicle and you a man. How you think this is going to go down for you? Some attractive woman sees a man walking away from her house, even though she didn't order this food, okay? Now, you done left the food at the door, but she done heard the door close. How y'all think she gonna act? How is this gonna help you? How is this gonna better your life? Man, I don't care what you got going on. If your door is open and you butt booty naked, I don't care if you fell asleep in front of the door. Okay? If you at home and you laid out in front of your door, that is your business. It ain't got nothing to do with me. Okay? It ain't got nothing to do with me. And a lot of people say, well, Roger, you should help her because what if it was your mom or your sister, hey, tough. Okay, life ain't fair. Hey, you got drunk, you fell out by the door. It is what it is. I'm not your doctor. Okay, that's not what I came to drop this food off and get paid. I don't care what you got going on at home. Okay, I just don't care. Why? Because I'm not entitled to be involved in everybody's business. I don't live that way. I don't have this mindset that I can, quote unquote, just input myself in your life in all kinds of crazy ways. I don't think that. And y'all may, well, what if she need help? She at home. She fell out at the wrong place. Maybe she fell out in the street and I saw it. Maybe I could help her. But if you laid out at home, ain't nothing I can do for you, man. Ain't nothing I can do for you. Well, she could be dying. Man, that's a tough way to go. I don't know what you want me to tell you. I don't feel that I'm entitled to come in your home to save your life. Okay? That's just not my job. If you are not conscious and you need my help, you burn up. Now, I can see if I come to the home and I see you choking and I want to run in there and do the Heimlich maneuver on you, you know what I'm saying? You don't even know if that's going to be taken well. But at least a person is conscious at that point and they know what's going on. But you could be maybe you about to OD and you laid out. Man, you picked the wrong day to OD. That's all I can tell you. You picked the wrong day to OD. And whoever goes say, well, you're going to feel bad if you at home and you see this lady on the news and you was just at her house. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not going to even care. That's real talk. Okay, I'm not going to even care. I ain't going to be thinking about that lady, y'all. I ain't going to be thinking about that lady. Why? Because I don't act like unsupervised white women. I ain't going to even be thinking about that situation. It is what it is. You just another person that died. I have already accepted that death is coming for everybody. So no, I don't care. It is what it is. I ain't the driver to come in your house to save your life. And you not conscious. That's not me. Okay? Or I ain't the package deliverer or food delivery, whatever you want to say it. That is not me, y'all. That's not what I'm here for. So at the end of the day, all I can say is good luck because it's on you. I'm not saving you. It just is what it is, y'all. I'm not saving you. Now, shout out to Bucket. Bucket says, Roger, you missed your calling. You should have been a comedian. Hey, I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate that. But hey, if I can throw comedy in these shows, technically I still am, or at least part of one. I'm a half a comedian. But I appreciate you saying that, my brother. But let me go ahead and give it to Truth Teller because Truth Teller has joined us. Truth Teller, you got it, my brother. What did you say with all these unsupervised white women acting crazy out here in these streets and committing all this crime? What's going on with you, my brother?
I think we just need to give them some consideration, Roger.
Oh, Lord.
Right?
Oh, Lord.
Because we've all watched scary movies, right? We watched them walk into the murderer monster / the head of the scary movie. We even, in the movies, you got people saying, don't go in there, and they still go. So what do we expect? Come on now. If they're gonna walk to their own death. I mean, come on, a wide open door with a naked dude floating around in the backseat. That's their cup of sugar, y'all. Just go ahead and give it to them. Now, I do think we can learn something from watching these women act this way on video. And I think we need to consider bringing a new member into the Black manosphere. Right? I think Delica should be brought in with us. Jermaine is already here. The liquor need to come in with us too, because it's always the liquor's fault if it ain't Jermaine's fault. So the liquor could be brought in as well, right? We got Octavius, the liquor, and Jermaine. Listen, man, we can't let these brothers float around out here and just take responsibilities for all these actions with no defense. How can it always be Jermaine, the liquor, or Octavius's fault? It can't be. So I think we just need to change our recruitment schema up a little bit, and take into account these brothers' situations so we can bring them on in too. That's all.
Interesting way to go. I didn't see that coming. I'm gonna tell you that. I didn't see that coming. Interesting way to take it.
We gotta help the liquor. We gotta help the liquor, Roger. Come on now. It's a good time. Every time there's a good time, usually the liquor's there. We can't let brother fall short with these crazy ladies. Come on now.
Well, you know what? There were no black men to be blamed for any of these situations. But the liquor did take it on the chin, y'all. They did blame the liquor. The liquor took it on the chin. A couple times, if you really pay attention, the liquor took it on the chin in this one. So I guess nothing is white woman's fault. Okay? And this is now I say I don't argue with statistics, but I do understand statistics ain't gonna never be quite right, because when you think about it, y'all, all these women did criminal acts on camera. Only one person may have to truly deal with them doing something criminal on camera, and that's the woman who went into a man's home. So next time y'all in that theater and you watching some horror movie and you talking about this wouldn't happen, because and the people white and they go into these places that clearly say you shouldn't go in. Next time y'all think a white woman wouldn't go in there, y'all think about today and understand a white woman would go in. She definitely would go in there.
It's in their DNA, man. It's their DNA, man.
Uncertified white women who just walk into the airport, no ticket, no nothing, walk onto the airplane, sit down, and fly from France to America, and nobody says nothing. Go through security, everything, and not a word. International event, but nobody says anything to them and gets away with it.
I want to know about that story now, but I can believe it. I definitely can believe it, because when you look at these stories, the only person who might be held accountable is the person who did it to the white man, and she forced people's hands. She sent a porn to DoorDash. Okay, then she gave porn to the police. And she put porn on internet sites that are not specified for porn. So it's like she did so much, it couldn't be ignored.
Roger, she was dead wrong, Roger. He was dead wrong, not her. Why would he think he could be up in his house naked and doing his own thing by himself, and a white woman wouldn't happen to walk up and see him? Why would he think that? You know what I'm saying? That's part of their culture. Why did his senses kick in and know, oh my God, she just walked in. I'm sitting here trying to cover myself, wondering why she in my house. But you know what? I'm gonna be able to get charged for sexual abuse because I'm trying to get away from her. Come on, man. It's from their society, man. How can he not know that? That's his fault. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, real talk. As a white man, you should know a white woman may walk in your house at any given point if your door is not locked. You should understand that, because you know how your people are, And I'm gonna just say, as a person who's old enough to live a good amount of years, that I done seen white women walk in all kinds of places that it would make sense that she would know she ain't supposed to go in there, but she be going in there. White women do literally walk in places that everybody else can figure out you ain't supposed to walk in. But for some go on in their mind where these rules ain't for her. That does actually happen, which is why the horror movies can make sense. Now I've done that myself, people. Ain't nobody gonna walk in there. Ain't nobody gonna do that. How they get killed. Who would walk in there until you start paying attention to how white women actually act? No, they would walk in there. You can't stop them from walking in there. And when they walk in there, they believe if something go wrong, it's got to be your fault, y'all. We literally got a 23-year-old who said she's a sexual assault victim who pulled her own camera out and recorded some naked man. She was all up on dude to make sure she get his package on film so she can upload it to the internet. And she mad she getting strikes, and you upload it to places that are not porn sites. How do you not understand
Roger,
what's going on?
don't you understand? The door was open, Roger. That means she could go in. What are you talking about?
The door
was open.
Was cracked. It was cracked. It was cracked.
It was open, Roger. It was open, man.
If you want to be
technical, all she needed to see is the door was open, Roger. It didn't even have to be cracked. The keys could have been right there on the knob hanging, and all she had to do was turn the knob. It means it's open, Roger, which means she has free governance over wherever she walks. So therefore, his house falls under her reign, man. And he just didn't understand that the queen was in the house. So that's his fault. He needs to understand his culture, and he didn't. So therefore, certain situations had to occur where he was butt booty naked on TV, on camera, and now he's being embarrassed. And she's confused because this ain't normally how it works. No matter what kind of man is in front of her, she's supposed to be all right, Roger. That's just how it works, right? You know. He tried to kiss me. Therefore, y'all need to go ahead and put him in a casket so his mama can't even recognize him. Ta-da! Reality check.
I mean, this real world spill. Now, if you are a black person and you say, hey, let me become real successful, and you bought into this thing where I'm gonna move into these white people neighborhood because I'm gonna be better off, and you don't lock your doors, I'm gonna say, remember this moment, y'all. They will come in your house, and they don't even understand what's wrong with them coming in your house. Okay. Now I know some people say, well, you know what? You need to lock your doors because it's about safety, it's about security and things like that. You don't leave your doors open around white folks. I'm gonna just tell you, as a black man, I cannot advise you as a black man to ever leave your doors unlocked because you're in a white area. That's when your doors really need to be locked. Okay, that's when your doors really ain't no telling what white people will do. And white women does believe she's gonna get away with more than white men. And she literally lived this out. What white man will walk into a home and record somebody and send it to a corporation that they're working for and literally go to a police station to explain exactly what they did and have video footage to show them? I don't even know if white men gonna do all that. Now I'm gonna say, when it comes to us as black men, I'm just gonna say realistically, if I walked into a house, whether it was a male or a female, it could have been another dude. If I recorded a dude who's half naked and I got his Johnson on footage in my own camera, and I send this to a corporation, number one, I have no expectation of working with this corporation ever again, okay? Because I sent them my own video that I recorded. So I wouldn't have any expectation that this could be resolved. If I walked into a police station and told them what happened and showed them this footage, I would not expect to be able to go home. The expectations are phenomenally different, y'all. She thought she, quote unquote, did the right thing, and she's telling on somebody. Why me, using actual logic and sense, if I were to do the same thing, I wouldn't expect to be able to go home. I'm never going to a police station to tell on myself, especially with my own footage. Yeah, police, I just committed a crime. I just trespassed into someone's home without their knowledge. Because you can't say it's breaking and entering unless you break in. So no, it's not a breaking and entering, but it is a trespassing. I came on somebody's property without permission, and I recorded myself doing it. Go
I'm
ahead.
not going to the police, even if I got absolute evidence of me not committing a crime. My lawyer is going to do that, Roger. I'm not walking in there myself. I am not going there to convince them dudes that
Exactly.
I didn't commit no crime. I'll let my lawyer do that talking. If they want to lock him up, good luck to my lawyer. It ain't gonna be me.
Yeah, the last thing I'm about to do is voluntarily go to police to tell him anything. That's real talk. Y'all know what? One time I got a ticket because I asked a police officer. I was trying to find a 24-hour location about some flowers, and it turned into let me see your ID and all this other stuff. And I ended up paying a ticket. Once it all got said and done, I ended up having to go somewhere and pay a ticket over this. Okay, so I understand the levels of corruption that's going on out here. The last thing I'm gonna do is talk to the police voluntarily at this point.
I got one better than you, Roger. I got a ticket because my reverse light bulbs in my car were white instead of amber.
Well, I'm gonna say this. At least
it was because
it was feasible for him to say something's wrong.
My light bulbs.
I pulled over, got out of the vehicle I was driving, walked to the police cruiser to ask him about locations. And y'all know this is obviously before, Google Maps and all this stuff was just free and available. I walked, bro, what illegal activity could I be doing when I parked and literally got up and walked to your police cruiser? So at least you feasibly did something that they could say. So, not saying that that's not bad, because I totally get where you're coming from. And that is ridiculous at the end of the day. So I guess we two brothers with plenty of reason to not voluntarily go talk to the police about anything. Okay.
Oh, wait. No, Roger, in my case, the police officer showed up in court, Roger. I took it to court because I was like, this is absurd.
Of course,
the cop showed up. The judge looked at it and said, wait, you gave him a ticket for what? Because they put on the ticket that I had a mechanical problem with my car. And I told the judge, the judge said, what'd you get this ticket for? And I said, because my light bulb was white instead of amber. And he said, what? I said, yeah, the officer told me my light bulb and my reverse lights were white instead of amber. And the judge was like, you mean the reverse lights that have the white filter on them? So when you reverse, people know that. I was like, yes, Your Honor. And then he looked at the officer. He said, you gave him a ticket for this? He didn't say anything. The judge just threw it out with the cop there. It was crazy.
I mean, he showed up, say a whole lot. The cop literally came to the court for this one. Yeah, I ain't got nothing better to do. I'm gonna really try to make sure this guy go down. But his life,
he showed up.
Being
he could have stayed in the seat. Because when they go to court, when they go there for a bunch of tickets usually, because they all get filed at the same time. At the beginning of the month when they do their ticket thing, but they don't have to stand up, right? So we're both standing. I'm at the podium. He's at the other podium. So we're both standing up, and I just told the judge this, and then we looked at the cop, and the cop didn't say a word. He didn't answer the judge at all. The judge just said, all right, we're going to throw this out.
Mean, honestly, when I think about it, that ticket is just as bad as what happened to me, because it's the reverse. I mean, what colors they supposed to be? I mean, that's just as bad. I'm going to say that. Now, so when I say that at least you did something where they could figure out something, no, not really. Not really. You didn't really do anything. Only thing I can say is you were actually in the car and I just was out the car. But that's just fishing at the end. But at least you got away without paying. That's all I can say. Now me, it's just Roger, versus my word.
I didn't get the ticket while I was driving, Roger. What? He saw me driving. I parked. I got the ticket when I came back to the car. When I came back to my car, the cop was standing there with the ticket book out. And I'm like, what's going on? I'm like, did I park in the wrong place? Is a parking ticket? He was like, no, your light bulb is white and it should be amber. I said, what? He repeated it. I was like, and I wasn't trying to be rude because, cops could flip on us. I was just like, hold on. I was like, wait, are you serious? Why would that make a difference? He was like, no, it's the law. And he wrote me a ticket, but the ticket didn't say nothing about the light bulb. It just said, I forgot how it was worded, but basically something, like if you got your bumper hanging off or a piece of your car that's dragging or something like that, mechanical problem. And that's what I got the ticket for. I was like, wow, nothing about a light bulb.
Yeah, you took his lady. That's what happened. You took his
That's
lady.
I must have did it. She must have looked at me real hard. He was like, hell no, not you niggas. Nope.
Shout out to Jermaine. It's my fault. She said, officer, I just trespassed, peeping Tom, and revenge porn. I need you to serve and protect. That is what she did, y'all. Okay, she definitely went to the police station. She definitely said, I did trespass because I went into this man's home who did not invite me in. I was a peeping Tom. I saw him being naked, which is probably the reason I went into his home. And then I revenge porn him by putting his naked behind on the internet in places that ain't even specified for porn. She literally did all that. Shout out to Jermaine. It's my fault. Heck of a name, but I'm going to say you are so spot on. And my thing is, y'all, all these different criminal acts that I just showed. So I'm just going to say, when y'all think about statistics, even though I don't argue against the people who actually count it because it doesn't make sense, you got to give them a superior position. I'm just going to say, y'all, remember, most criminal acts probably ain't even recorded because you got so many white people. There's no record of these criminal acts. Now, there's all these videos I put today. There's only a record of one criminal act or one set of criminal acts. And you don't know how this is going to play out because, again, at this point, she's been to court and she's pleaded not guilty, which means what? She doubling down that I ain't did nothing wrong. She telling you straight up, I am the victim. And y'all going to do what y'all got to do until y'all figure out that I'm the victim. Even though I recorded some man that I didn't know, have no relationship with, we not cool at all. There's nothing to give me the idea that it's okay to record him, especially if he's in the nude. Nothing. There's no indication that I was welcome into his home. None at all. But I need y'all to see that I was welcome to his home because I'm a white woman. Okay? And we need to see that it's okay for her to post pornographic images in places where pornographic images are not supposed to be. And if the people of the website gives her a strike, we supposed to be against them for striking her pornographic video. Y'all talk about delusion. What kind of delusion is that? The woman got mad because she got a strike when she put up pornographic videos on her account. Now, it happened to be TikTok, according to what she said. I'm supposed to get mad at TikTok because you put up pornographic images on your account? She said it's a 3 strikes and you're out thing. Why am I mad at them? That's all I'm trying to figure out. Why am I mad at them? You put up the porn. So TikTok did you wrong? Now, she said later on that she said she edited the videos, because she felt that's why she was, quote unquote, getting in trouble. That's what she felt. Now, my thing is, I can believe that she may have edited the videos. But look who we talking about. I don't know if you edit the videos well enough for them not to have an issue with you uploading it again. You are not the brightest person. You are 23 years old and you believe trespassing don't apply to you. You believe recording a naked man against his will don't apply to you. And you believe posting to non-porn sites with pornographic images is okay. And that just don't apply to you. You're just not a smart person. And y'all, I bet money she probably done at least graduated 8th grade. I bet she graduated high school. And she's 23, y'all. She may even have a college degree. We don't know. But she might have a college degree. 23 is old enough to technically have a college degree.
Where's the high IQ Where's a high IQ gentleman at, man? I think she gonna need y'all. We need y'all. We need y'all help to help understand this, because obviously our IQ is nowhere near yours or that gentleman that got filmed, because he don't understand it either. So we need some of y'all high IQ folks to come help us get these little intricacies of your culture, because we're lost. We don't understand.
And shout out to Gilgam. He says this actual usual suspects, the actual usual suspects. Well, I mean, if crime goes on, expect white women to be a part of it in some kind of way. Okay, I'm just gonna say, expect white women to have their fair share of crime revolving around them. Now I'm just gonna say these women all committed crimes. It's just that only one got to deal with the fact that she actually committed a crime. And I really believe that's because the crime she did involved the white man, and she did it in a way that they couldn't walk away from it, because she sent it to DoorDash and she also gave it to the police. She kind of forced their hand. That's what I'm saying. If you think about this, she forced their hand. They probably wanted to let her go. The person who probably was taking the police report, I'm pretty sure he wanted to let her go too. And based on the attitude that she displayed, this is what I'm thinking happened, y'all. I don't know. I wasn't there, but this is what I'm thinking. She talking to the police officer, right, to get this report written. So he listening to the story, right? And at some point during the story, he like, whoa, slow down. You probably don't want to admit that no more. Okay. But I'm the victim. Look, lady, I understand you coming in. Yeah, we'll take it serious or whatever. Look, I want y'all to do something, and I want something to be done now. She probably literally forced their hand. They probably would have just listened to her, told her this is not a good statement for you to make, and she probably got mad with them and said, I want something done. So she literally probably forced their hand. So now they got to go investigate. They obviously have talked to the guy. You see what I'm saying? It ain't like they don't have his address. Now he got to make a statement. Well, I'm out. I don't even know that this happened. What video are you talking about? You see what I'm saying? So now what can he do at that point? Press charges. That's what he can do. He can press charges. So I'm pretty sure, this is my guess, well, whoever this man is had the sense enough to press charges. Because do we really think the state picked this up? Probably not. Now, I'm not going to say it didn't, because if you put stuff, especially where supervisors have to deal with it, I mean, once it goes to the supervisor got to say, hey, man, we got to do something about this. You can't just let this one slide. You can let all the other ones you talked about earlier, you can let those go. We don't have to really care about that. But this one right here, man, she done sent the email down to such and such, and, they got the email downtown, man. She done sent the email to the, I don't know if they actually had one, but I would assume they do, y'all. There's probably some general email that you can send emails to the police. It probably exists. So, once you send it there, it's like you're working for a company, but they done sent it to corporate. So you can't walk away from it at this point. I can't walk away. Now we got to do something. So we going to need to arrest her. Because the guy want to press charges at this point. We going to need to arrest her. Or even if he didn't want to press charges, we got the evidence. We got to do something with it. So I think white women were especially being stupid. Now, I'm wondering, y'all, what do y'all think should happen to these white women? Because we got a flurry of white women where no one technically got in trouble but this 23-year-old idiot that walked inside somebody's house and recorded them naked and put it on non-pornographic sites. Other than her, it seems like no one's going to face any music at all. Now, somebody might say, well, what about the public shaming? Nah, so what? I ain't really worried about that. That don't move me, I'll say. It don't move me in no way. I think they all need well beyond public shame. So, since you my favorite Kryptonian, you happen to be only guest on the panel at this moment. My brother, what you think should happen to some of these women?
Me? I think they should let them go, man. I can't punish pink toes, man. I got a soft spot for pink toes, man. They gotta let them go, man.
Just let them all go.
Let them off, man. Some pink toes, Roger. What you thought about the pink toes, man? We don't punish pink toes around here. If it was those plantation feet, we would do something about them. But the pink toes, nah. Sorry, boss. Can't do it, man.
Even that white woman who trespassed into someone's home and recorded that white man's package out there and put on these non-porn sites so people could see his package, even her.
Now she's a special blonde dog. You know what I mean? But she's blonde, Roger. Gotta let her go, man. I got nothing for you, bro.
Then she had black roots. Is she a real blonde?
I mean, she's dumb blonde.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Here goes Tunnel Runner coming back. So, Tunnel Runner, you happen to come back? I'm gonna ask you in case you ain't hear the question. Tunnel Runner, man, what you think should happen to these women, man? What you think should happen to any of these women who's been featured today? Should something happen to these people?
The one that did the snitching on herself needs to be she needs to be enforced. She needs some time, doing some domestic work or some what do you call it? Community services. She needs to do some community service because she's out of order. The other ones, they just need guidance. They need a strong man to guide them because they are just doing what they are allowed to do. They need somebody to guide them into how to do things.
Okay. Now we got two privileged guests who just showed up, so I'm gonna give them the floor immediately. We have Black Guru, and we also have the real T'Challa. So, Black Guru, you beat the real T'Challa just by a hair. So go right ahead, my brother. You have the mic.
Hey, Roger. Thanks for having me. I hope you and the fellows on the panel and the folks in the public chat are doing well. I have a number of things to say. I want to respond to what Tunnel Runner just said, because it kind of speaks to, well, yeah, I'm going to shorten my opening comment because I got a lot to say, but I'm kind of distracted by something. So hopefully I can recall more detail about what I want to say later. But, the late Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, very famous feminist icon. I think she was appointed by Clinton, if I recall correctly. Famously said that, and I'm paraphrasing, but famously said that the American criminal justice system was created for men. It was created to control and punish men, not to control and punish women. And what you see in these assorted videos, I mean, and certainly if it were not designed to punish women, we know we're really mostly, we're especially talking about white women, although all women are given some deference in the criminal justice system. Ironically, a white man would get harsher charges for the same crime that a black woman would get, statistically speaking. So even, from purposes of the criminal justice system, gender trumps even race with respect to how harshly you're treated and punished by the system. So what you see in these examples is just that what we're seeing is what Ginsburg asserted, and that is there's never really been any intent to really harshly punish women, if to punish them at all in the United States. There's reasons for that. Like I said, maybe I'll talk more about that later.
Okay. And makes sense. And that is a real thing, y'all. Way back when they was doing the Constitution, they acknowledged that we got to control men. They didn't think women was going to be a problem at all. They was like, we got to control men. So it's not like she was wrong when she said that. That is the actual truth. The real T'Challa, you got the mic, my brother.
Yeah, hello. Good morning to you, Roger, as the host, and everybody who's on the panel, and out to folks who are listening. Yeah, I actually remember that Ginsburg quote. Yeah, she's right as it relates to what she was talking about. I'm not saying she's right. I'll just say that as an attorney and somebody who goes on to become a Supreme Court justice, she understood the system better than most people. So yeah, that would make sense. Now, as it relates to what's going on with these videos that you posted, look, this is a rhetorical question, but I'm going to need all you conservatives that's running around here co-opting the phrase black fatigue and improperly using it and twisting it around and making it something that's bad when it actually has an official designation and definition. I'm asking where y'all at? Like, what y'all doing? Why ain't y'all got these women under control? Y'all tired of all of this, ghetto, low IQ, low impulse behavior, and yet there's video after video after video after video and evidence, overwhelming evidence of all of this, ghetto, low IQ, low impulse behavior, and then people get on here and they explain, and basically, I call it white-splaining. Wasn't me. That's not who I am. The video shows that's exactly who you are, especially when you're under the influence of some kind of substance that you shouldn't have in your system. So you need to control that. So I'm asking especially the conservatives, where y'all at? I don't want to make this political, but it's generally them. They got a whole lot to say whenever any black person does anything wrong. And remember, every black person that does anything wrong is a representative for the entire group. Meanwhile, these people are referred to as individuals and isolated incidents and having a bad day and just a whole line of excuses that black people don't get. And I wouldn't even have anything to say about it if everybody were evaluated and judged the same way. So they even have the privilege of not being judged, the same as other racial groups, especially black men or even black women. So I'm glad you do these shows. And by the way, you were doing this, what do you call it? The white people out of control. I think the unsupervised white people long before anybody else. And this actually needs to be a norm because it needs to be, identified, highlighted, and thrown back in their face, not as so much to, get a one up on them. It's like, you guys have enough to work on and work out without hyper focusing on any other racial group, specifically black people. So that's kind of what I wanted to start off by talking about. But these folks got to get it together because I'm not going to allow this thing where there's a higher standard of behavior for everybody else, and they get to wild out all out of control, and they come back and make some sad excuse and act like everybody else isn't going through the same thing or something similar. I'll go ahead and land right there.
Hey, appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. And I'm just gonna say, man, when you just really put your mind to what I'm gonna say, because we're focused on white women today, what white women are allowed to get away with, it's hard for me to feel sorry for any of them. Okay, if you can't get ahead in this society, the way people treat y'all, because again, y'all, all this stuff that I'm showing is really just criminal behavior at the end of the day. But only one person at this point is even having to deal with criminal behavior. Okay, and she wants to be treated like other white women. She's not guilty. Now, we know there's evidence against you because you recorded the evidence. Okay. We know you gave the evidence to multiple witnesses. You sent it to the DoorDash Corporation. You also made an issue of taking it to the police. You put yourself in a position where it just can't be ignored. And Lord have mercy, if I would have been the guy working at DoorDash who would have opened up that particular file, I'd have been telling everybody in the room with me, hey, come look at this. come look at this. So, I mean, the only reason she in trouble because she told. And I'm going to say that looks like something to me. The only reason one white woman is in trouble is because a white woman told on her. It just happened to be herself, but it's because a white woman told on her.
Well, there's a level of entitlement and audacity. I think you could actually walk into a man's apartment, unannounced, and record him, and then throw it up, and then you said somebody said that she left, came back, minutes later, and decided to upload a video and do a whole bunch of other stuff, and expect no repercussions, no backlash, no invasion of privacy, no nothing. Like that's high level entitlement. There's no way you could be thinking that this is going to be okay, except if you're like, you know what, I'm entitled to do this. There's no backlash, there's no repercussions that come from because I can just do it. I'm white and I'm a woman, and it is what it is, and you can't stop me. Even if you did judge me, so what? There's not going to be any repercussions. This goes back to that January 6th white lady who said, look, she was in the Capitol tearing stuff up. She said, hey, I'm blonde, I'm white. What? They're not going to punish me. She put that on Twitter.
I mean, this particular group, man, they out there with it. They out there with it. So, like when they start saying something about all these different Karens and people were acting like they were shocked, and I'm sitting there like, what America y'all been in? Like, when is this new? When did this become new for white women to act like they're in charge of everybody else's stuff? And some people was like, well, but they're doing it to white. They still white themselves. They think they own everything. Okay. Y'all think white men think they own stuff, not like white women do. White women think they own everything. And I'm not pointing out any specific people except some of the examples in these videos. But as a general group of people, they believe they own everybody's everything. And these are just displays of that belief.
So here's the danger with this. I'm sorry, go ahead. I'll go after this person.
Shout out to the liberal white women. That's what I'm going to say.
Well, so here's the danger with this. Yeah, shout out to them. Yeah, so here's the danger with this. Is that if people get the idea that white women, and we're white people in general, but white women specifically aren't going to be punished through the system that's in place that confers a punishment on everybody else for breaking laws, then people are going to start punishing themselves. Like that, this is where y'all are headed, white women. So y'all need to chill out with this arrogant, out of control, wild and out behavior. Because if people get the idea that if I got to go through 50 steps to get you, to admit that you did something wrong, just to get you get the system to take care of you, then they're just going to take care of it right there on the ground themselves. And however it turns out is however it turns out. And you might not be alive by the time they get done with you.
Hey man, I'm gonna say shout out to those people who recognize they gotta handle their own business if they want something done about it. But I'm gonna say, unfortunately, you're gonna have another side of that coin where a lot of people they just gonna give up on even trying. Which is why white women have gotten to the point that they have gotten to now, because they don't even expect people to try to hold them accountable. And if you try to hold them accountable, it's a totally foreign thought to them. That's why you have these quote unquote Karens and that's out here that people making videos. Each one of those people is a white woman who just don't believe she should ever be held accountable for anything. That's in her spirit. That's what she really believes about herself. And that's why she's walking the way she's walking. She's talking the way she's talking, and she's moving the way she's moving. Because she just don't believe it's gonna happen. Yeah.
Well, the distinction, I don't know, DoorDash or whatever, is going to be motivated to handle this thing pretty aggressively because of all the liability and reputation issues associated with it. I mean, right now there are tens of thousands of people in this, as we're talking, taking DoorDash or assorted other food delivery things, right? Right as we're talking. So that's an incredible risk to the reputation of that company in particular, in that industry overall. So they should make every effort, and I think they will make every effort to make that she is punished as harshly as possible, and her punishment is made known so that other, contractors, I don't know what they refer to them as, other contractors don't dare do anything similar. But yeah, the liability and reputation issues and such. I mean, and that's the big distinction between that particular scenario and the other scenarios where you have essentially misbehaving clients. Companies are leery about punishing clients in general. You have this added issue of people being contractors for these companies. How if I go too hard on this misbehavior with this particular client or rider, I guess in the case of people riding in the vehicle, how it's going to affect my image and my ability to continue to perform this work. So those are kind of different, sort of like opposite ends of the same issue. That's why in one case it's being rather harshly dealt with, and then in the other cases there's a motivation to kind of smooth things over. And again, especially if they're women, because women talk a lot and cry a lot and bitch a lot and whatever. So a lot of times they just want the thing to kind of go away in that kind of scenario.
Now, I'm going to say, according to what the young lady reported herself, because, if you watch all the videos where the young lady's talking about what happened, DoorDash did take a stance. When she first said something to them, they disabled the gentleman's account who was getting the food. They disabled his account. What got her upset is, I think she said might have been 2 days later after she first said something, they disabled his account. They disabled her account. So now she's upset. Like, why y'all trying to punish me? I'm the victim in all of this. She started talking to them as a company. She's talking to different representatives, and no representative could help her get her account back on. She even, tried to do an appeal process. Of course, it came of no fruit to her. And DoorDash actually made a public statement. Like the final time they told her, like, yeah, we ain't rocking with you, they actually made some type of public statement to say, we just don't rock with this type of behavior. We don't want people doing X, Y, and Z as far as going to people's homes and whatnot. So DoorDash made a public statement. Yeah, we not authorizing, and we not cool with anybody associated with us doing anything close to this. So they did what they had to do. They cut him off when it was first initially reported to them. We could say they dug into what would happen. Boom. They don't want to represent. They want her to represent the company at all. She went through every appeal process she knew to make, and it all came up blank for her, with them making a statement of, "Hey, public, we don't get down this way, and we're not going to endorse getting down this way." And she said they sent her an email basically stating all that information, and the public statement came out basically within the same hour. So DoorDash is taking a stand. We ain't finna play about this. Now, I don't blame DoorDash. If you are okay in any way with this, you are literally saying that everybody who is in association with you, we're cool with you walking inside people's property. So of course they don't want nothing to do with this. Okay, I totally get that. Okay, and I know I wouldn't want anything to do. If I'm the person that got to make the decision for DoorDash, there's nowhere in the world I want to be associated with this, nor do I want to be associated with this lady. Point blank, period, y'all. This is a misguided woman. She obviously did not understand our rules and standards. And unfortunately, we just can't really deal with her because she doesn't take our rules and standards serious enough for us to feel comfortable. Now, I don't know exactly what the statement was because she said they made a statement. I don't know what that statement was. She gave an idea of what the statement was. So I ain't going to put no words in their mouth, but I know I would have said, yeah, we can't rock with her. And she don't get it, y'all. She's 23 and she don't get it. And I don't know what you tell a 23-year-old who don't get how serious this is. You 23. Now I'm not saying she's been to college or something. Just because she white don't necessarily mean she's been to college. But what don't you get at 23 years old about walking inside somebody's home recording their private stuff, and then if you catch somebody naked, then you put it on the internet to non-porn site. Like, how don't you understand that at 23? You got to be a special kind of stupid, as they said. That was a saying, y'all. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's her, even though you could easily say it's her, but it was a saying around with people that I come from. They said you got to be a special kind of stupid. I think this behavior falls into the category of a special kind of stupid.
This is also in the realm of the extreme misandry that has developed in recent years, where you have a certain percentage of women who are looking for every example possible of how evil men is. It kind of culminated in this whole thing, man versus bear thing, where there's such extreme resentment of like the concept of a man, where and so they look for every opportunity to find some misbehaving men. And I guarantee you, she was looking for, this was like, this is great. This is something for me to prove how much we are victims of and how evil men are. And had that been a valid claim that she was making, it would have been, all over. This is just proof of how disgusting men are, and how evil they are, and they're sexual predators and whatever. And she was relying on the prevalence of that sentiment to really drive support for what she was doing. If this had gone the right way, she would have made a fortune on this. She might have been on talk shows, whatever. If this had been like a legitimate thing, right? So she had a lot to gain for this going away. Thankfully, it did not. But in the environment we're in, it's very easy for women to make hay. With again finding, exaggerating, hell wholly making up how evil men are.
Well, I'm gonna say that's a great point, and based on how the situation is playing out, to me, there's sufficient evidence to see that's literally what her attempt was. She was trying to go viral. The way she talked about DoorDash, she talked about it if it was an employee-employer situation, which I don't think it is. I think those are independent business owners. I'm gonna say that just to keep it real. But she talked about it as if it's an employee-employer situation. So in her mind, she is their employee. I don't have nothing else going on. And she said, I got this and my social media, which she referred to as TikTok. So that's her social. She said that's her way to make money. So now I'm going to say it looked like she was putting this video up so she can create some type of outrage amongst the people, so she can get popular, get a bunch of subscribers or followers or whatever, however you want to name it, and then she can make some big money. I think that's what she was literally going for. If you listen,
like I say, this, obviously, when anything concerning some so-called sexual deviance, we could put that term in quotation, because that doesn't really apply here. But to the extent that some event can be characterized as such, you get a lot of legs from that. You get a lot of attention, you get a lot of empathy, you get the women's group. A woman can't safely work, her job without being concerned about being assaulted. There's a lot. If she were a victim and this was a actual instance where she was disqualified as a victim, she's doing very well from this. Very well for this, particularly in this environment.
And with her only being 23 years old, I know good and well she just thought this gonna work like a charm for me. I'm 23. I got this older white man who was laying on the couch, even though we can't even see the dude. So I have no idea how old the guy is, but he could have been, she only 23. It's a great chance he's older than her. She was gonna go to town on this dude. Okay. Now she don't care how this was gonna affect him. Obviously, she don't care if doing this stuff would get him fired, because he could be working for somebody. I don't know where he worked, but he could be working for somebody. Now, what if he get fired? Because he's the guy that's quote unquote sexually assaulting random DoorDash workers. Like, that's not gonna be good for him at all. But she clearly didn't care. She still don't care, because she pleaded not guilty. So she been to court to put a plea in, and she said not guilty. She don't care nothing about nobody else.
Well, so there actually is a. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, so to your point earlier, there is actually an environment or a culture developing, or that has developed, where women, white women specifically, can say and do bad things and actually maybe get viral and get some money out of it. You had the white woman calling the little black. We're talking about white women today, so let's stay focused on the white women. Wilding out. White women, calling that little black kid a race slur. She got almost a little over $1 million. And you had another white woman do the exact same thing with a Somali couple. She's up to almost whatever it is she was trying to get, she got it. My point is that there is some level of reward to this. So I don't know how she could have thought, at least for the Uber driver, that violating somebody's privacy was going to get her viral frame and some kind of financial compensation or reward, because she was wrong all the way around. But what I'm saying is that there are incidents of white women specifically, being openly, degenerate. I'll just call it degenerate and obnoxious and irresponsible, and they're being rewarded for this behavior. So it is a thing.
Yeah.
And my thing is just that she's 23. You should know better at this point. I understand kids don't know certain things, but as a 23-year-old, do you not know it ain't your job to walk inside somebody else's home that did not invite you to come in? At 23, can I say you so dumb you don't get that recording somebody's private parts is a bad enough thing on its own, just to even be caught recording somebody's private parts? But then for you to go and put it on social media. Now, I get that you sent it to the company and you did send it to the police, so you can claim you thought you was in the right. But why would you put that on social media at sites that are not specified for porn? Because there are porn sites out there. Okay. And I'm calling it porn because, y'all, that's what it is. It's porn. Now I get people didn't refer to it that way. Nothing I saw to say anybody referred to it that way, but that's what she put up. She put up porn. That's what you have when you put up videos of people who have their private parts showing. That's porn. And she got upset with TikTok because she got a strike after she put up porn. Like something wrong with TikTok. Now, I'm not a person who's going to support any particular social media without some payment. But my thing is, what you expect? It's just, TikTok is not a porn site. She could have went to Pornhub.
In her mind, it's, in her mind, it's not porn. It's she's a crusader. She's this brave woman exposing the behavior that people have. And that is her proof of such. So, from her perspective, it obviously it's crazy to us. But to be fair, to her perspective, if she's saving the world, so to speak, then, well, yeah, it had to be done.
I like the way you put that, and I'm gonna say, yeah. If she was younger, I would accept it, y'all. If she was younger, if she was 17 and down, I would totally get that she really believes she's quote unquote saving the world. But you're 23 years old. Now, I don't know if she has a degree or not, or if she's working on a degree, or if she's in college or something like that. I just don't know. Okay, because I told y'all before, I don't go digging into people's all situation. If you volunteer some information, that's cool. But if you don't tell me, I ain't gonna dig up your stuff. She's 23. Maybe she just got out of college, possibly, and don't have a real job yet. Maybe she's applying, ain't heard back from nobody. My thing is like, do you not understand that? Now I'm assuming you at a time in your life where you're going to be looking to be employed by people. This ain't gonna help you, okay? Because if I'm the employer and I'm pulling up stuff on her, which they do to people, y'all, they pull up people's information, they look at folks' social media and all that. When I see her and I say, "Oh, this the DoorDash girl who recorded the man naked," I can't hire you for nothing. I don't care what it is. Okay, I literally wouldn't hire you to walk my dog. Because you'll be trying to record stuff while you walking my dog. And you'll somehow get me as a liability because something you did as you was walking my dog. And somebody would argue she would have never did such and such to my such and such had you not hired her to walk a dog. I don't trust her with anything. Real talk. I don't even want her working in a warehouse. She the type she gonna accuse somebody of touching her inappropriately or trying to have some inappropriate conversation with her. I can't trust her to do nothing. So that's why I think she's a special kind of, well, that's one of the reasons I think she's what they call a special kind of stupid. Because to do this at 23 sounds insane.
Well, again, if it went the way she expected it to go and everything, and I'm not disputing anything you're saying from a rational male standpoint, but if you're a 22-year-old woman in this, everybody's a victim who have been raised, all her consciousness is me too. 22 years old. She's seen over the last 15 years of sexual witch hunts, right? I mean, that's what she's seen. That's what she's heard. P. Diddy's the latest, version of such, right? So this is what happens when you have this kind of perverted culture, and particularly going after to men, vilifying men. That's why again you have these inane debates about bears, about the most dangerous thing in the world is man. And we don't need no men, and having a boyfriend is I don't recall what that was. I mean, that's in an environment where if you look at all those kinds of things and you put them all together, a young woman who her whole conscious sort of perspective coming into life has been a young white woman who's been bred in this environment. What she did makes complete sense. As insane as it is to us, what she did makes complete sense.
I mean, Blackwell, you tell you have a great point right there, because if you take 15 years off her age, and you see what she's grown up into, so she's like 7, 8 years old, seeing the world. Yeah, I guess I can walk in some man's house and record him and try to make some money off of it, or yeah, because that's what my assumption is. She was trying to get this viral moment so she can get some money out the deal. And I'm gonna say that too, because especially if she's a college student and she's now graduated and she has a bachelor's in something, but instead of doing whatever that something is she studied, she's making food deliveries for DoorDash. I got to get at these men. My life is not panning out the way I wanted to go. I'm angry. I'm upset. I possibly owe money for a degree. If she has one, I got to do something to some man. And the guy sleep. Well, you know what? He'll do. It's that simple. He'll do. I know he at home. I know I ain't supposed to be in here. The instructions say leave at the door, but I'm a white woman. I don't need to follow instructions. I'll be just fine. That makes sense to me.
Man,
That does make sense.
you gotta be a special kind of
Because
blonde to be this
what part of their
dumb.
policy? What part of their policy would allow them to enter people's homes uninvited? I mean, the liability of that alone is enormous.
Yeah, and I gotta say, shout out to DoorDash for paying attention to what went on and not just take it as a simple complaint, because they deactivated his account. According to what she said, if they didn't actually do a pretty good job to see what was going on, her account would have stayed active. You know, which would have authorized other DoorDash people to say, "Well, we can
They
go in
had
some
done
homes."
their job. She's a hero. If they hadn't done their job, she's a hero.
Wow, Black. As disturbing as that sounds, that's the truth.
Yeah, she's a hero. And nothing she would have done, even the posting of the dick pics, I guess that's what she posted, I don't know, would have been in the service of addressing this heinous crime committed by this man. So even if it had become some sort of issue, the prosecutors would have, if she were deemed to be a victim and this was a crime and this was an evil man, they'd have made the dick pic thing go away, or at least she wouldn't have sustained any harm because of that. Because, quote, she was the victim.
Yeah, it's terrible.
In that, in that alternative scenario. So no, I mean, you're explaining how bad it is what she's done, how egregious it is what she's done, but that your analysis only works because she failed. Had she succeeded, then I mean, this this would have been fantastic for her.
Well, the thing is, it ain't over yet, because technically, if the law don't come down on her, she did somewhat succeed. You know, and again,
Yeah,
she went and put in a not. What's that?
I mean, I think the dilemma is going to be I would think DoorDash would be particularly motivated to punish her, to dissuade any other potential or current or potential contractors from doing something similar. So I think if she goes down, it'll be less of a criminal issue, really, or moral issue, or whatever, and more of a protected DoorDash issue.
I mean, I know DoorDash should want her to go down, and I'm gonna have to assume that they do want her to go down, because they did make a public statement. They didn't say it was about her, but they talked about that type of behavior, and it would be a new dynamic for someone to hold up in a courtroom that another person who's uninvited can walk into a person's home, because that's gonna fundamentally change a whole lot of other stuff. Because what about your castle doctrine and all kinds of things? Once you say a stranger can just walk into a home without permission, because I even think about somebody squatting. If you got rental property and you go into your rental property and an unauthorized person is in your rental property, technically you should kill them. And I'm just saying, based on how the laws are set up, technically you should kill them, because you can explain being surprised that somebody you didn't rent to is in this particular property. But if you make an issue of it and they say, well, they a squatter and they have quote unquote squatters rights, Now you can deal with a whole lot of trouble that you wouldn't have had to deal with if you'd just shot him when you first walked in. Laws can be crazy sometimes, y'all. That's all I'm saying.
Definitely an argument. There's definitely an argument for that.
Yeah. Yeah, I walked in. I don't know
Definitely
what
an
was
argument.
going on. It was the people in the house. I started shooting. You know? I know I ain't let nobody in there. And then people, well, you know, they got all this stuff in there. Man, all I know is I walked in my property. I know I ain't let nobody in there. So I started shooting. What was I supposed to do? You know? Because that would make sense to me. You know what I'm saying? That's the way I look at the law. I got to do what makes sense. Okay, some people there, and I didn't authorize them to be there. The best thing I need to do is shoot them. And some people say, well, you could ask who they were and why they was there. I might be dead if I do that. I need to shoot them. And once they dead, we can figure out what's going on. You know, because I'm safe at that point. But the Great Black Reset has joined us. So let me go ahead and give him the mic. You got it,
What's
my brother.
What's happening, fellas? What's happening, man? Um, it's been you guys been doing a great job up here today. Some wonderful commentary. Sorry I've been getting in here late today, but I've been working. Um, I think these videos, and specifically the one that we're talking about the most, is um, these women have gotten so comfortable with how safe of an environment that men have created for them. They're just spoiled rotten, bro. They're just doing any and everything for attention. The misandry is out of control, as Black Uru stated earlier. They don't have enough to do. They're not busy enough. See, if you busy and you working and you grinding and you trying to make a living, you ain't got time to be doing this stupid stuff. We've made the United States way too comfortable for women, and they ain't got nothing to do. They're like rich, wealthy, spoiled kids who don't have any responsibilities and ain't got nothing else to do, and they losing their minds because of it. They too comfortable. I'm gonna land my plane there.
Well, you know what? I'm going to have to push back a little bit just to state the obvious. The girl who was recording, the DoorDash who recorded the man in the DoorDash delivery, she literally was working. She literally had something to do. She literally was trying to make a living. So what do you say
No, no,
about
no.
that?
I'm not saying that she wasn't working. I'm saying I'm using this um, as an analogy. This is how comfortable their lives have gotten in the U.S. Like you don't even have to work hard to make money as a woman. You don't have to do anything difficult. Like she ain't doing DoorDash because she grew up thinking she want to be a DoorDasher. She's doing it because it's easy money. She ain't doing TikTok because TikTok is hard. It's easy money. Her life is too easy. It's too easy to hate men when your life is easy. When your life is hard and you got to get out there and you got to work and you got to bust your back for 12 to 15, 16 hours a day and then come home and be a wife, you ain't got time to hate me. Her life too easy. In general, women's lives are too easy. That's why they on the internet talking crazy. Their lives are too easy. They're not busy enough. DoorDash ain't enough for her. She needs a hard job that's gonna keep her busy from sun up to sundown, and she'll be too tired to post videos.
She needs to be working at a
Well, I
specific
mean,
location.
in the past, but because in the past you didn't have the technology that made so many things so easy and convenient, and women had more children. So in between the drudgery of washing clothes by hand and drying them, putting them on a on a line outside, with clothespins. Do they still even make clothespins? Um, so yeah, you're exactly right, Kevin. I've been mulling over this idea. Can you have a civil, productive society without some degree of quote oppression end quote of women?
No, you can't.
Can can you can you make it easy for them and still build and have a productive society and have prosperous children and stuff like that? That's a and so when you ask that question, then and I think we agree. Then the question is, what do you do about that?
Well, I'm gonna say you should be able to. You know, um,
Based on
I
what?
think women have it pretty good in this country because I just look at what a woman has the ability to do. If you're a regular, normal woman, you became 18 years old, you got your high school diploma, what can you do? If you want to go in the trades, you can. Nobody's going to stop you. If you want to get a job, you can. Nobody's going to stop you. If you want to create a business, you can. Nobody's going to stop you. If you want to go to the military, you can. No one's going to stop you. And truth be told, if you don't want to do any of those things and not be productive at all, and just try to find some man who will marry you and take care of you, you literally can, and nobody's going to stop you. So to me, it's like they got all these choices that's ready and available toward them. There is no pressure for them to succeed in any manner. Let's just keep it real, y'all. She don't have to be a good mother. She don't have to be a good wife. She does not have to be a good employee, nor does she have to be a good employer. There's literally no expectation on a general woman to be good at anything in American society. No one's going to pressure her into being good at anything. If she a bad mother, they'll just
Right.
throw help at her.
I mean,
Normally,
you're explaining. I mean, you're explaining why, you know, some idiot girl ends up doing this kind of thing because all those pressures have been removed, because all of that freedom has been given, and it's been given without any. Mr. Z aptly described negative liberty, where you can do virtually anything and not have to really pay the full cost of it, particularly when it goes badly. Um, with that negative liberty, with no punishment, no scorn, no shame, no shame. Um, I mean, why would you expect him to be decent, behave decent? Why would you?
You know what? We need to go back to what works. Okay. Modern problems requires a paid solutions. We need to go back to the good old model. Good old model is shut up, bitch, and make me a sinner.
well, the thing is, she don't have to choose to do that either. You know,
I mean,
she
she
got
don't have to choose to do it unless enough men say you do.
yeah,
Uh,
absolutely. You know,
I'm gonna tell you what it'll take to reverse it.
And that's the dilemma. That's the dilemma. Yeah.
go ahead, Great Black Reset. Go ahead.
Oh, what it will take to reverse it, which I doubt we'll see it in our lifetime. You're gonna have to remove their ability to vote, and you're gonna have to, for the most part, remove them from the workforce. That's what it's gonna come down to.
Yeah. They have
Yeah.
rights. What have they done with their rights? Hmm? What useful things have they done with their rights? What should they have any rights to begin with? If this is what they're going to do with their rights, why not just, take them away? Like, okay, you don't need them.
Yeah.
Again,
Now I know that
shut up and make me a
that's a,
sandwich.
yeah, that sounds like an inflammatory statement. It sounds like I hate women statement, but it's not. It's it's men protecting women from themselves. They're not being protected from themselves because of feminism and their sexual freedoms and their women's liberation. They have walked from under the covering of the men, and they're destroying themselves.
Well,
They
well,
have to be placed back under that covering.
well. Let me say this now. Let me say this. Now, these women that I showed again, there's only one woman who's facing any level of accountability. Only the one who was doing the DoorDash, who walked in that man's home and recorded him. She's the only one who might face accountability. Everybody else got let off the hook. Nobody else had to do anything. Let's be
Right?
real about that now.
Yeah,
So,
from the
Well,
standpoint of the
well, okay.
law,
Now,
yes. But there,
well,
go
now
ahead.
you did have some issues though with uh, whether supposedly the male victims, I guess, in these scenarios, did not want them to be charged. That's a part of the problem. That's a huge part of the problem. I mean, you can apply this to issues involving DV, even certain sexual instances where men are quote the victim. Uh, there's never or there's seldom any punishment for what they do, and because we have this sort of paternalistic view of females in general. I mean, it kind of varies from one group of men to the next, but by and large, most men are uncomfortable with women being in a state of serious discomfort. And more times than not, they will just defer to whatever makes things easiest for them.
well, I think men gonna have to get on their game. And one of the things you may catch with me is my motto is always punch the woman. Women go around and they're not punished, which makes them bolder to do other things that should not be done. That's what I see as an observer. People can say whatever they want to say, but that's what I see. I look at everybody involved in today's show. These women got let off the hook. Yeah, the men let them off the hook. There's men who could have pressed charge and they was like, nah, don't worry about it. Now, my thing is this: as a responsible adult, should I let the woman off the hook? If I say yes, truth be told, I'm really just encouraging her to do more than what she already did. And I don't think men get that. We've been listening to women for so long, we don't get that we're just letting women off the hook so they can be worse than what they were previously. Now, how bad do they got to get? Because we got one who's willing to go inside your home, record you, and put it on the internet. How far we want them to feel okay doing? Because she feels okay about it. Okay, she don't feel remorse. She has not apologized. There's no information out there that suggests she felt she did the wrong thing at all. How comfortable we want them to be? As men, there's women who will say things like, when we out in public, we're scared because we have to worry about what some man might do to us. I don't have a problem with that. And I'm being 100% serious. I don't have a problem with that. As a man, I know when I walk out into society, something will probably happen to me far quicker than it happened to a woman. If we think about the results. Now, I understand you can paint this picture based on how stuff looks, but if we think about results, something would happen to me based on statistics far quicker than it's going to happen to some random woman.
Well, let me interrogate your statement you made, because you said something that seems to be somewhat contradictory. Now, you say you don't have a problem with women having, this great concern about something happening to them. But then you also say, and I would agree, though, statistically as a man, something is much more likely to happen to you on the streets. So how do you reconcile those two opinions?
Because in reality, whatever concern she has to have, I have to have the same concern at a greater level. So I'm totally fine with her having to be concerned.
I don't think they're
Yeah,
truly concerned.
that concern I have a problem with because it's become a great control mechanism for them to create any sort of scenario, even the most benign scenarios, and make it some sort of event of an impending danger. That to a large degree is why they've gained so much leverage over it. That their fear, as irrational as it may be, everyone kind of is on tippy toes. Men are on tippy toes because of the most inane concerns.
And my thing is, if you live in a free society, you have a right to be scared. I can be scared too if I choose to be, but that don't change the results of what's actually happening. So why should their fear be of a greater concern than my fear? I don't
There's
see that as a good reason. What's that?
There's a reason for that.
Yeah,
Because
stupidity. But other than stupidity, what do you have?
Because us men, we are willing to listen to them. We need to start ignoring the hoes. Start ignoring their hysteria. Stop giving them more leverage. Stop giving them more power. Stop giving them more social power. Stop giving them more political power. We actually need to start taking stuff away
I
from
think
them.
the greater leverage would be I don't care. You should be whatever. I don't care. The world's tough. Imagine if you were in the woods or jungle.
Imagine if they met a bear.
Yeah. Imagine we actually, because I mean, let me tell you, I'd rather be killed by a lion or a tiger than a bear.
Than a bear.
Why?
Yeah, the bear gonna eat you alive. He ain't gonna kill you.
Cats make a point of killing you. Bears make a point of eating you alive. So when you say you rather be in the woods with a bear, I'm like, bitch, you are insane.
You don't know what a bear is.
There are all kinds of animals I'd rather be in the woods with than a bear. I'm gonna watch this thing eat me.
Yeah, I have a video of a bear eating a deer. He started from the ass end while the deer was screaming.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can't get no pressure
they
food
make a
and
point
food is
of
still
eating
alive.
their prey. They make a point of eating them, and they scandalous because they'll wound you in such a way. Each off you, wound you in such a way, leave you there, incapacitate. Then while you there in agony, come back later and then continue to eat on.
Yep.
They some nasty motherfuckers, man. They are nasty, man. So when they were talking about that bear thing, I'm like, I really wish some of those could get off somewhere with some of these bears, man.
And see what it's really like. All right, I gotta say, shout out to Gregory Scotland. He says, I don't think that it's going to come a day that voting privileges for women will at least be curbed. Probably within the next 10 to 15 years, I see a major push for it coming from a sector of women. That's an incredible thought, Gregory Scotland. I'm going to say at this point, I'm going to 100% disagree. I don't think nothing's going to happen to their rights, and I don't think it will even be a big push for something to happen to their rights. Now, I could be wrong, but I just don't see that. I think far too many men are comfortable with them having those things regardless of how they're using them. And I'm also
go ahead. I don't think it's about the quantity of men that are comfortable. It's about the elites. The elites use women as a buffer between men
Right.
to control the masses.
Right.
It doesn't matter how many of us are comfortable.
Like, ironically, Trump is a partial anecdote to, to Miss Andrews,
Yep.
because for whatever you may dislike about him, he's not the stark raving mad gynocrat that his predecessors, especially, well, yeah, his last two predecessors were, Obama and Biden. So, I mean, in a Trump presidency, a man is more likely to get a fairer deal, all things being equal, than certainly most of your last few Democratic administrations, and frankly, hell, most all your last few Republicans who were gynocrats as well, just in different ways.
All right. Now I'm gonna say shout out to Cooley, which I believe this was FLX. Now y'all come the new year, I'm just gonna have to start calling folks by whatever name y'all still have up there, because I know they done changed the systems, and y'all can change whatever y'all want y'all at name to be, And I have an idea of why they doing stuff like this. I think this was FLX based on the picture. He said if black women think they're God and intimate white women by de facto, the white woman is God. The white women actions is pure and law. And it's your fault not understanding. Hashtag Uncle Ruck. Hashtag long live the habitual. You rough for that one, brother. You rough for that one. But you know what? I cannot disagree with you at all. And I'm going to say, y'all, these are the behaviors that black women want to be able to do. Okay? These are definitely behaviors that black women want to be able to do. So when they think about the quote unquote Miss Ann, this is what they believe they can get away with and should be able to get away with. And I'm gonna say shout out to Gregory Scotland. He said, Roger, it can happen in incremental stages. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't want you to think that I'm saying that you're wrong at all. I just think it's just so many men comfortable with women being able to do what they want to do per se. How is it ever going to come up where men ain't going to vote on it and they're not going to vote in the favor of women keeping their rights?
You have three major branches of government, federal government. I guess all the state governments are kind of fashioned the same way. You have the legislative, executive, and judicial. And while it may be difficult to have by statute some changes made, a president can radically change, the environment in that what crimes they do or do not pursue, what charges the Attorney General's office, and then of course judiciary, particularly the federal judiciary, which is much more. I think there are probably a lot more Republican federal judges right now, maybe than Democratic federal judges, although it might differ from one region to the next. So with the presidency and the judiciary, you can make some profound changes in the gynocratic order, whether there's a will with that presidency. That's why I mentioned Trump earlier, because Trump can profoundly change the environment in that regard. Now, how long those changes last, if there's some big reaction to it, you get a president that come in, he's totally opposite of that. He could undo a lot of what might attempt to do. But even with Trump coming in and the executive order requiring the contracting terms involving anti-discrimination stuff. Now, if you consider that most of the beneficiaries of that anti-discrimination stuff have been female, then his getting rid of that executive order is a material issue. And depending on, business owners, government contractors, that, I mean, when all of a sudden there are over 300,000 Black women, out of jobs, and many of them, probably somewhere close to a third of that, probably were government workers, if not more. That's a real thing. That's a real effect. So the presidency can affect that. And of course, the judiciary, all it takes is a few choice Supreme Court decisions with regard to, the family courts, with regard to custody, with regard to abortion, as we've seen recently, and then that radically changes, how much leverage women have. So there are opportunities for reform, but us men, I guess, have to have a very motivated and very coordinated effort to make those changes. And the problem is, the Black men are only 5% of the electorate. So that means you'd have to be able to trust these damn white men to do right. And what's, how much sense that historically makes, I don't know.
And not to mention, we are quote unquote the most liberal group of men out there, even us. So I that's why I don't know if we're gonna see some changes, where men are gonna come out and publicly say that they want to take a woman's right to vote away from them. It's gonna have to make sense for men to even be comfortable saying that publicly. So it's gonna be like, what's the requirement of somebody being able to vote, and people will have an idea of, men will accept the requirement, but women may not accept the requirement. I can see something like that happening way before a man would just publicly be like, yeah, I think so, we should just take their right to, because if you hold any position and people can find out who you are, you're probably about to lose your position. And I'm just saying that from a realistic standpoint.
When Obama in the second term, I guess he issued that Dear Colleague letter to the colleges and universities, which basically compelled them to ratchet up all of this sort of anti-sexual harassment and sexual assault procedures that were extra normal to actual statutes and even judicial precedents. I mean, these were just essentially the colleges themselves could operate their own kangaroo courts, and they were destroying the career prospects of a lot of young men. Be interesting to know. But then when Trump came in, I think McMahon, wife or whatever, was his secretary of education. I think that was her, one of those billionaires. I forget. One of the first things she did was to undo that Dear Colleague thing. It'd be interesting to know what has been the change in this kangaroo court activity on colleges and universities. If there is a difference, and I suspect there is, I suspect there's a huge difference between the Obama presidency and the Trump presidencies, that would be an example of a major change, because a lot of all this B2 stuff, a lot of this stuff came from the colleges. A lot of this penis witch hunting or whatever came out of those colleges. So if you can gain more leverage over the universities, you can kind of stem off a lot of this stuff.
Yeah. Now, shout out to FLX. He said, yes, this is FLX. Didn't even realize it changed. Well, they changed it for everybody. That's the thing. They changed everybody. I remember I was doing a broadcast one day and all the names started looking funny to me. And I'm like, this can't be no coincidence. And I kind of let it go the first day. But then I think the second day I started making a little bit of an issue. And I know I was by the third day, because I was like, okay, this is just different now. They ain't going to do it 3 days in a row. And shout out to Gregory Scotland again. He said, hey, Roger, God revealed to me through his presence. It is so deep. And he was referring to that mindset that men have about letting the women kind of do what they want to do. That's why I was saying, I don't know if in 10 to 15 years we'll see any significant change about voting laws or anything like that, because I believe there's enough men who just don't want to be viewed as taking away a woman's right to vote. I think that it's a strong number of them. And how do you even get the elites to present something that men won't have to vote on to make it public? Which way they swing on a subject like that. Anybody, I believe, who's smart in politics, who doesn't want that to happen, they're going to say, well, let's make it where, we can make it where men going to have to vote on it, and then people can see where men stand. Because they're going to automatically try to create a disruption between a man and his woman on something like that. That's why I don't necessarily believe something's going to change within the next 10 to 15 years. I could be wrong, but at this point, I just don't see enough there. Okay. And again, even with today's show, the only woman who got in trouble was the woman who told on herself. That's how men see the world. Now, my thing is, if a woman is doing something, you always got to make sure the woman's going to be punished if you want things to go in any type of real direction of progress. And with all these different little examples that I put up today, the only woman who's seen anything is the woman who told on herself. And I believe she put herself in a position where she could not walk it back. She went to the police station. They tried to get her to leave it alone 9 times out of 10, especially based on what I saw. I think they tried to get her to leave it alone, and she wouldn't. And she starts basically calling them some bums or some suckers or whatever name she wanted to call them because they wouldn't do nothing. And she even said in the video, it's a man's world. I'm the victim. So I just think it is what it is, and she put them in a position where they just had to do something. And once you get that ball rolling, it's hard to get it to stop. Now, this is the thing. She didn't plead not guilty. Who's to say they still not going to offer her some kind of deal at this particular point? They might get something I've gotten in the past. Court supervision, meaning you just don't have any negative police contact for a certain period of time, and then they can take it off your record. Would they offer her something like that? Even though these are more serious charges than what I'm talking about, why not? She's a woman.
All right, then. If they won't do anything about them disrupting society like the way that they are doing it, if nobody is willing to take away anything from them, even for the sake of them and for the sake of society, I guess welcome to Mad Max. I'm cool with that. Let everything collapse and let the world turn into Mad Max.
Well, see, my thing is, this can't really be taken lightly because she went inside somebody's home. So to me, that puts a different level on it. If she did something where she didn't go inside someone's private property, you can look at it a lot of different ways. But the fact that she came into, see, if I'm looking at it, I put myself in that position. She came into my home. She came onto my private property. Once you get in the house, man, it's rock and sock 'em, man. It's on at that point, the way I see it. Ain't no it's finna fade to the background. You in here now. Now I got to address you like you in here. And that's just real talk. And y'all can take that any way you want to take it, but I got to address you like you in here now. And once you in here and you uninvited, I got to treat you like you wasn't invited. And I have no concern about you making it out alive. That's not what my concern is. And that's just real. I don't care who you are.
You know, it's interesting. There's theory that we're going to end up. I do think at some point we are going to end up. Well, you got some other gentlemen on the panel. I won't hold Rael, but tunnel runners. So, yeah.
You see what Rael doing. We 3 hours and 2 minutes in, and Rael just not coming. You see, he playing truth teller games right now. And you know what? I can't even really get on Rael.
When he comes, he usually has a very profound and unique addition to the conversation. So I don't want to hold up.
Well, I am gonna give Rael credit that when he do come, he at least make it worth the wait. He make it worth the wait, and I got to slow down because he ain't even the last guy. It's Shark Sims, so he the troublemaker.
Now that nigga sharp.
Now, Rael gonna say something that's gonna be like,
No, he
okay,
ain't
I
right.
see, I see this was worth the wait. He gonna say something, and we're gonna be like, yeah, okay, that was good
Shark gonna
stuff.
take
That
us
was
to
good stuff.
Shark gonna take us in a whole different direction.
All right, but without no further ado, Rael, you have the flow, my brother. You have the flow.
I appreciate it, gentlemen. Salute to the panel. Peace in the chat. I was
Oh yeah, go
watching.
right now. It says
Hold on
receiving.
one second.
Just go in there.
I got it. There we go. All right.
I was watching a podcast recently, and it was mostly men, and it was like 2 or 3 women on the panel. And there was one particular female that was acting a butthole. There's usually at least one. And there was a question that was put on the floor towards this particular female by this one dude, and because she didn't like the dude, she refused to answer the question. And the guy who posed the question, he made a great point in saying that if you're up here to participate in the conversation and the participant is refusing to participate in the conversation, then why is she involved in the conversation? And the host of the show, some weak dude, some milquetoast dude, he literally said, well, if she doesn't want to answer the question, she doesn't have to answer the question. Now, it was based off of something she asserted. And the guy wanted her to prove her point because she just randomly threw something out there that was unverifiable. But he just wanted it on the record. And the host of the show said, well, no means no. I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to get locked up. And it was like, what? Like this dude used something in a completely different context and applied it to a conversation into which where it is literally his channel. And he really allowed the conversation to really be taken in the direction that it didn't need to go in simply because he allowed a female to act a whole ass. Okay. That's just a microcosm of what is allowed in these so-called families, especially in Black America, for example. There are way too many female family members who are allowed to act a whole ass with no repercussions whatsoever. Okay? None. And the difference between that particular guy and the guys in the families is that men are supposed to have a say-so in the families that they're born into, in terms of the direction of the behavior of the females of that family. I think that we're going about it completely wrong. I think the fact that we think that legislation is going to answer this, I think is erroneous. At a certain point, men and families are going to have to grab their fucking nuts and take the control over the family or excommunicate certain types of females from this family. Even Uru can remember this time. There used to be a time where men, especially husbands of women, used to direct their voting pattern of their wives. They would tell them who to vote for. If that man voted Republican, his wife was going to vote Republican. He was not going to allow her to vote in a way that was against him and what he believed in. And so there needs to be on a micro level, because the macro level is just too big to wrap your arms around. All this organization stuff, I think it's just completely a waste of time and energy. I think at the end of the day, certain behaviors should not be tolerated by the men in the family. And if there is certain types of behaviors that are put forth, there needs to be excommunication. I know that's very difficult for a lot of dudes to grasp, but I think at a certain point it needs to be brought more to the fore because you have much more of an actual control or input and influence on in that regard. In the macro, it's just going to fall on deaf ears, just like I saw in this particular podcast, where a grown female who claimed she was married was able to act a whole ass on a panel, and she just was given still room to be on the panel when she should have just been kicked off the panel.
Well, I'm gonna say women do get a lot away with a lot of stuff with the protection of men, and that's why I highlighted the fact that in these videos, y'all, it was guys who could have pressed charges, but they said no. And I think a lot of men gonna have to come to the terms where we don't want to see women get punished. And if you are choosing to say women don't get punished, you have to accept that whatever they're becoming, you are justifying it, and you're not even just you're okay with it. You good, you like it, you're into it. Whatever she's becoming, and we're at a point now where a white woman thinks she can walk into your house uninvited. Now that has been going on for years. People ain't really paid attention to it. I'm just trying to bring some light to it because I done seen white women walking all kinds of places where they should intelligently be able to understand that they're not supposed to even be in that place. But since we got some level of proof with the DoorDash woman, I'm just using her and these other white women to show that if you say it's okay for them to get away with everything, then what are we supposed to say to them? Because I'm saying society is saying it's cool for them to get away with stuff. I'm personally not. Okay. If I would have found out she walked into my home, I guess with this situation, you couldn't immediately do anything because I would have wanted to get her. Point blank, period. If I find you in my home uninvited, I'm treating you like you uninvited in my home. And that's just all it is to it. Okay. But I ain't gonna say too much because I got Shark Sims here, and I want Shark Sims to be able to go ahead and get his thoughts out. Shark Sims, you got the mic, my brother. Now, since you done came all late to even after the show was supposed to be over, now you got to make it profound. You got to make us say why. What you gonna do with the mic, brother?
Me no habla española. Nah, honestly, like what Rael was saying just now is what I wanted to say. It seems like every time I watch these panels with men and women on it, the men just let them act a straight fool. They could be wrong in whatever they're saying. A man will not correct them. A man will not say, hold on. What you're saying, it has nothing to do with anything, or the guy didn't say that. They just let them run rampant. And I tell anybody, if you want to see what Black society looks like on Thanksgiving, you just go to any one of these panels. And I was talking about litigation and stuff. Until we understand, it ain't none of that. The only thing you're supposed to litigate is how much foot you're gonna put in somebody behind. That's the only thing they're going to understand. And I don't think this is just a white woman thing. I think this is an American woman thing. And they act the most crazy when they get around Black people. The white girls that come to the panel and talk all kinds of cash stuff that they wouldn't say on the white guys panel. The Black girls come over here and say all kinds of stuff that they wouldn't say on the white guys panel. So I think it's more of a not unsupervised white women. I think it's we not supervising women. We are supervising women, and we still let them act the whole cash fool.
Well, let's not get it twisted. Black women desire to be able to get away with the same stuff white women can get away with. And what I'm showing today is these are just random white women getting away with stuff. For the most part, we don't know what's going to happen to the one who worked at DoorDash. That's still to be determined. But this is what Black women want. They want to act just like these women, and they want to get these women's results. Nothing happens.
I think we let sisters get away with even worse stuff.
Okay, I thought somebody called my name
Well,
was finna
and
jump in.
let me clarify the legislation thing because I disagree with what you all
Sure.
said regarding legislation. You know, legislation got us here. Judicial decisions got us here. Executive orders got us here. You know, in the '60s, you know, yeah, Papa, you know, would make a shotgun wedding, you know, and you know, yeah, you got my 17-year-old daughter knocked up, so you got to marry her. So yeah, Earl went out and grabbed this Smith and Wesson, and he had a conversation with the folks across the road. Well, what happened when you give Denise Section 8 child support and you know food stamps, all that kind of stuff? That's all legislation. So now Papa don't have as much leverage over that daughter as he had before. And even if Papa got aggressive with her, if she can just pick up and move off somewhere, maybe even move out of the state, you know, maybe move to some state with um, more preferential social services. One is in sort of the news right now, Minnesota, for example. Papa ain't got no hand in that. He ain't got no hand over that. As much as Papa or Big Earl want to control his daughter, he can't because the system has conspired against him doing it. We got here because of legislation. Got here because of judicial decisions. We got here because of executive orders. When Obama sends a letter threatening the colleges and universities in the conducting kangaroo courts on college campuses throughout the country, that's an executive order. That ain't just somebody just saying, you know, that's like saying, well, we got to do it. Well, what happens then to young males who've been subject to that kind of system in that kind of environment? They start to be a little timid around women. You start being timid around women when you can lose your whole collegiate education because somebody did or did not volunteer to give you a blowjob. All that's
Well,
legislation, all that's executive orders, all that's judicial decisions. So it's got to be some reform. In addition to what you guys are saying, there's got to be some reforms formally in
You're
place.
absolutely correct. I dig it. My bad, Uru.
um, well,
No, Ben. I was just providing a little perspective. You know, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying in terms of the responsibility of men and their families and whatever. But what I am saying, and see, here's the thing: I saw brothers doing that coming up. I saw all of what Rael described, but what I also saw was at some point Earl got divorced. He didn't even know it was happening. It was going to happen until it happened. And then Earl's children got taken out of the state in 1976 or whatever. That's
And,
also what I saw.
well,
hold on, before you
hold
say
on.
that, I just want to say real quick what these white women are doing, y'all, because you know this is a very black centric channel. But what I want y'all to be aware of, what the white women are doing, this is the direction we're going in. Okay, this is it. Because the black women won't want what they perceive white women can have. And if I can do a show where I just slap random white women together, you know what I'm saying? And notice it's either white or black. So anybody who y'all may be looking at somebody in those videos saying, well, she's not white. No, she is. In our society, you're either white or you're black. We play with all these other terms. But in this society, America, and shout out to my people listening around the world, you are either white or you are black. And that's just what it is. Go ahead, Ryan.
Well, when Kevin Samuels, rest in peace to him, when he addressed the white chick on that one show years ago, it was a very interesting dynamic that took place amongst a lot of these dudes in the white manosphere. There was a lot of pushback against Kevin when he did that. And that was a very telling thing to me. Because what it showed me was for all this notion about patriarchy with white men, is completely false. I would argue that there is no man more compromised in America than white guys because they're the most married. I mean, they are. And, you know, whereas, black men, in terms of, population and percentage wise, are the least. So, it showed me that their females are more out of control than what most people would think. The difference is that white females know how to act accordingly when there's some money on the line. Outside of that, I'm not really seeing them being different. Keisha's much more abrasive and in your face. You know, she's just much. I can respect Keisha more because she's much more upfront in your face with it. Becky tends to be much more deceptive, and that's how we got here in the first place. Was her being deceptive, using white men to be in fear of black men when we got the right to vote, and using that fear, because there was a fear there for white men for sure, using that to ultimately get the power, in terms of the 19th Amendment. And once she got the 19th Amendment, man, she been like a bat out of hell. And the thing is that it really does happen on the foundational level in terms of the family, because the truth of the matter is, even in our group, we can say what we want to. We can say we did it for the right reasons. We thought we were doing it for the right reasons, but it was wrong. We funded a lot of these damn family terrorists, through inheritance, paying for them to go to college. Most of the time, most families are they're not even reading what they're learning in college. Hell, a lot of people don't even know what kind of books their children are reading in high school. They got them reading all type of homosexual stuff, books and stuff in class. They don't let them bring the book home so their parents can see what they're reading, because they know their parents wouldn't approve of it. So they're desensitizing them to stuff like that. They get to college. Now, you got these privacy laws that, you can't get access to, your children's, schooling, so basically they would have to give you the permission to see what they're reading. You don't know what they're reading. They're able to reformulate their mindset in these schools. And for a long time, a lot of men thought they were doing something good, by funding the schooling of their daughters, only to realize decades later that has caused a massive shift in terms of family dynamics, what they value, how they look at family. A lot of this stuff has been promoted especially in the college environment, and there has to be a bringing back, so to speak, of the behavior on a basic level, because other groups of people are able to do this. And I believe the main reason why other groups of people are able to do this in the United States with the same environment is the family structure. You cannot do a lot of the stuff in the Indian families that you can do in black families. I remember one time when I was in a class with an Indian chick, and I had missed a class, and I came back and I asked her for her number so I could get her notes from the previous class. That chick told me straight up, my dad doesn't allow people to call his house. And that was in college. because she was still living at home. Now this was for an assignment. I wasn't even trying to holler at her. This was just for assignment purposes, so I could get the notes I needed. And so it didn't matter because she was in college. It wasn't like, oh, she just go get to do what she wants to. Like, no, there are some people, families that they toe the line and they still don't just let you just go out there and just do whatever the hell you want to. And so for me, like, I think that really, really signifies a bigger difference. Like, those families will excommunicate those girls if they get out of pocket and won't look back. We will keep trying to resurrect and save a dead chick that's already gone. And that's, to me, that's the biggest difference.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm lately I'm seeing a lot of Indian chicks look like they're trying to get up out of that, off that reservation. Well, I guess that's the wrong Indian, but
I'm talking about Asian Indian. I'm talking about Asian Indian.
No, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, in between some of them getting BBC to them wanting to elevate into Brad whiteness, the infection is spread.
And that's what I was saying. I think
spreading.
this American thing is literally an infection. It's just, and I definitely agree with what you're saying with the legislation. The legislation allows the Indian girl to jump off the porch, the Asian girl to jump off the porch, the Spanish girl to jump off the porch and run with the white and black girls.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like when Title IX was added, was it 1971, 1972? One of the justifications, and that was basically to supposedly enable more female participation in collegiate education or education in general. The biggest argument, or one of the biggest arguments that was made for that, was because at the time, only about 40% of the people who were matriculating into American colleges and universities were female. Well, that's entirely flipped now. Now is around 62% plus. So even the validity, but yet that law has not been rescinded. There still is a federal mandate for over 50 years now, 3 years now, that require extra efforts be made to provide extra funding and support and programming for females. Well, I think based on the precedent behind why that law was passed in 1971, 1972, it should be rescinded. Or at the very least revised and modified to account for now the circumstances are the exact opposite of what they were when that law was executed. So again, if you want to reform their behavior, I mean, I know we're a little bit away from the subject, Roger, but there is a time, because just the whole boldness and the brazenness of what was exhibited on those videos, a lot of that, all that entitlement is a product of all this extra stuff that's been done for them in the last 55 years. All this extra stuff. It has created a monster, either an active or at the very least a latent monster in almost all of them.
Well, I'm gonna say, white women is gonna usually be out front. Then you got other women who are quote unquote white presenting, who move like white women. White women expect to be able to be criminals at this point, and for us to be okay with it. Now, what's the lady name? Ruth Ginsburg or whatever? She did say that the criminal justice system is not designed to take care of women, which is it's an actual truth. But the thing is, what context did she say it under? She said it under the context, if my memory is correct, she said it under the context that women should be able to get away with crime. She just didn't flat out say it in those words, but that's what the context she was pushing. Women should be able to get away with crimes. Now, the thing is, a lot of us have accepted that, whether we realize it or not, that women getting away with crimes seems to be okay. And you see the men who were involved in these situations, when they did not have to, they stood down. They could have pressed charges and they didn't. You know, now you can say what you want to say about it, but at the end of the day, they didn't when they could have. And if you don't press charges when you can, then you know, what is there to really talk about? And I'm gonna say shout out to Gregory Scotland. He's appreciate the super chat. He says, yes, Uru is on target. When I first entered college in 1975, mostly men were in that space. And yes, that has very much changed over the years. And my thing is, I'm not against women going to college, but what I am against is women being criminals and people putting an expectation on men to allow women to be criminals, because that's what's going on from a psychological perspective. We are in a country that is now pushing it is okay for women to be criminals, and you do shouldn't say
But now
nothing about
here's the connection. Here's the collegiate connection. Somewhere around 65% of the folks in law school right now are females. These are the people who are going to write the laws, going to prosecute the crimes, going to prosecute the lawsuits, going to be judges. You know, what kind of laws you think they are going to support with respect to the issues we're talking about here, if and when they totally control the legal system?
But what does it really matter if males are going to, like I said in the chat earlier, I haven't seen one right where women openly have pushed for it to be rescinded to take away from them. I haven't seen one. On top of that, you have males who are never pushing for, as a collective body, and I mean those who have the power to do it. I have never seen any of them collectively say, from a legislative standpoint, hey, we might need to curtail and pull this law, this right back. A lot of these male, especially politicians, which are the problem, are geared towards making sure they are in compliance with their female constituents. Okay. All right. So this is why I really believe, man, that on the family level, man, there has to be a war on that level. I don't really think men really understand how much your support on the micro level on your family contributes to a lot of this, simply because there is so much apathy on the family level in Black America. Well, Keisha, man, you know how she do, man. She got the attitude, and she gonna do what she want to do and stuff like that. And then on the macro, they'll say all this stuff that needs to change. But on the family level, you're so apathetic, and you just let stuff. You let these chicks run roughshod over the mail order. Well, I don't care what they pass in legislation. If you ain't going to enforce no order on the micro level, on the family level, it's for naught anyway, because they still going to do what they want to do anyway, because you're not enforcing any type of order. I don't even agree with the shotgun wedding. I used to. And then I had to take a step back and think about it. If I'm raising a daughter and I'm giving her all the ins and outs of what kind of woman she needs to be in terms of getting the proper man for her and all these type of things, if I'm pushing her on that kind of level, and she decides to go out here and still let some cat just run up in and stuff like that, he's shown me what she is going to be representing. He's done me a favor. I don't have to waste. I'm not going to waste no resources on her. I'm not going. It's not going to be no inheritance. It's not going to be any of that type of stuff because they have to see. They have to see that there is a penalty to paying for not adhering to the family order. Because either it's going to be a family or not. I don't do the fake family stuff. So either we're going to have a family where you're going to comport yourself as a proper woman, or you're going to get up out of here and you can go do your thing wherever else you want to on your own time and on your own dime. But as long as they got the government giving them money to bail them out for bad behavior, as long as they got the people in the family on especially from a male perspective, bailing them out from their bad behavior, and even when they get in trouble based on their bad behavior, they're still coming to run to their defense. As long as they have this mechanism in place, they're not going to change their behavior. Somewhere, somebody has to enforce something. And to me, it carries a whole lot more weight when your family is enforcing an order on you than the government. Your family can really bring the pain to you. And you're gonna have, because we will have to see how a lot of these older females feel about how you implement that order. And I would surmise that there will be a lot of pushback from them older females, and therein is your problem in a lot of instances. A lot of those females that are older do not respect the authority of those older men, and that is going to be a significant realization for a lot of men to see that these females are willing to let these daughters and nieces and female cousins and sisters run the streets and just do whatever they want to, and then expect you to pick up the tab when the shit goes left for
Well, this is the thing. You have women committing crimes. You have men who are letting them off the hook for committing crimes. What men do you expect to hold somebody in his family accountable? The one who let women off the hook for committing crimes, or the ones who are not letting off the women for committing crimes? The thing is, there has to be something done, because how much control do we want people to get out of? Because I'm gonna say white women gonna get away with it first, okay? And I know we don't cover white people a lot on this channel, but a white woman went into a home, y'all. That should be fundamental to people. If she's allowed to go into a home and commit a crime and walk out, don't say nothing when some criminal walk in your home. Now, luckily for him, she only took some video and put it on the internet. But if it's established that a white person can walk into your home legally, then what can't they do? You know, that's something people really got to consider. I know some stuff I say, I try to make stuff fun for people. I try to let the jokes be made and all that type of stuff. I crack some jokes myself. But the reason this story had to be done, is that a white woman walked into the home, committed a crime in his home, and walked out. And the only reason she seems to be in trouble is because she forcefully told on herself. If she had told on herself and didn't even let it go, she wouldn't be in trouble. You see the attitude she has. Somebody has to do something because I'm a white woman. If she didn't have that attitude and she talked to all these people and they just let it go, this ain't a story. So I know people can think this is very mild or very incidental. This ain't, because she came into his home. Now, how much room do y'all want to give strangers to be able to walk in your home? Because if you let this one off the hook, she just set a precedent that coming in your home is now a reasonable expectation. Now, who want to go to sleep with that as a reasonable expectation? So it's far more serious than people are really thinking about it. And I'm going to say, y'all, anybody, if you have support for this woman in any way, I would remove it if I were you. I don't care what you think. If you believe she's a quote unquote victim of sexual abuse, I would remove this because she went inside somebody's home. Because guess what? The flip side is, if we cool with her walking somebody's home, don't say a sexual home.
But Roger, didn't she get that work from Uber Eats or whoever, DoorDash and
It
all of
was
them people?
DoorDash. No, DoorDash. They canceled her and being able to work with them. That's all they can do legally. They just say, "Hey, we not gonna associate ourselves with her." That's all they legally can do.
Yeah.
They can't do nothing else.
Now,
Now,
Yeah,
what's
dude
the?
he should sue DoorDash actually.
I ain't hear what Ryle said. What he said?
No, I say he should sue DoorDash actually.
Yeah, he should have sued DoorDash. But now, what law did she break?
bro, if you walk
Unlawful
in somebody's
entry,
home uninvited, that's automatic trespassing.
trespassing, unlawful entry.
Trespassing.
Yeah, and then there's
Then she filmed him. Then she filmed him. So
exactly, that's surveillance without consent, because that's private property.
right.
And he said he don't want to press charges.
No. I don't. I believe he's the only person who is trying to get some type of charges pressed. I believe he is actively working with the police to get her messed up. He's the only one. But what I'm saying is, it wouldn't even came to nothing had she been so adamant about telling, because this dude was asleep. You see, plus there's a whole thing about her putting lewd content on the internet of him without his consent.
Yeah, but that goes back to the believe all victims thing, and she thought that was going to run, and it didn't. And like you said, if once he seen that video, he was probably like, "Nah, hold up," or whoever seen it, and she kind of got blown out the spot. But
Well, she was so adamant about being a victim, she forced people's hand. That's how I'm perceiving the situation. She was so adamant that she was a victim. I'm gonna make y'all do something. I'm not letting this go. If she didn't take that attitude on, DoorDash stops working with her. I'm sure that happens, and then everything else just goes away.
But Roger, that's the problem though. Victimhood has proven to bring so many goodies that there are females out here who are literally cosplaying themselves as a victim to get clout out here. Like I'm to the point now, I'm looking at this stuff as like a mental illness, mental disease type stuff. Because like, why do you want to play like you're a victim? Like, why do you want to do that? And so for me, that shows you that I say this, I've said this to multiple females in the past. How you behave around your family and how you behave around your friends are two different things. The way that you behave around your friends is the real you. The way you behave around your family is the fake you. Okay? And many of these females, when they're away from their family, because see, when you're trained properly and you believe in the training, whether you're around your family or not, like when you're not around them, you're going to comport yourself in a certain way that doesn't lend, because you're operating on behalf of your family. So this idea that you're an individual is really kind of false, because you still have to represent your family and your family name. And so when these females are away from their families, they're like 180 completely different people. So a lot of times they're putting on these masks to fit in with corrupt females. And so this is something that really, I don't really think many families truly are understanding how dangerous this is for their female family members, who they're hanging around, who they're listening to. We know they have so much access to so many different silly broads. I mean, you got females in places like Africa that are quoting people, females on the internet that's on some dumb stuff. And so that's how much this stuff is traveling wavelength wise. So you have to really, I think these families really need to understand, like, you need to really get back to that iron yoke approach with these females, because a lot of times they would try to use the excuse of, well, the reason why these girls is acting out is because, their parents put too many restrictions on them and didn't let them do what they want to do. Well, the reason why your parents have so many restrictions on you as a female is because you can get yourself in so much trouble as a female as opposed to males. Males can get in trouble too, but you're much more at a disadvantage as a female, especially when you're matched against a dude that doesn't have the right intentions for you. So many of these females come from families where they just let them just do whatever, man. They don't. I mean, look at a lot of our families. Like, where is the mechanism into which when a female does something bad, what is the punishment? Is there any punishment? Most of the time, there's no punishment. I would argue that we punish boys and males more than females. They get a slap on the wrist, and that's it. There is nothing really concrete that really makes them have to decide. I used to tell females all the time, you need to think like a female when you're about to do something, especially when it comes to a dude and sexually. When you in that room with that dude, you need to be scared like your dad is sitting in the corner. You need to be thinking like that because you're about to cross a threshold that you ain't gonna be able to come back from. And these same females, when they get themselves ran through out in the streets, doing all this type of stuff, being silly, trying to be in cahoots with these goofy females, when it backfires, they're gonna come back to the same family that they disobeyed and look for them to get a bailout. Just like this female, like they're gonna always look for, most of the time they're gonna be looking for men to bail them out. And unfortunately, a lot of men are bailing them out. They're making your families look bad. And then they go out here and do the same thing over and over again. And then when dudes in these streets pop them upside the head, then dudes be wanting to come from these same families where they ain't holding them accountable. And then they want to try to defend their honor. This chick is dishonoring your whole family. What honor are you defending? So it's just a whole backwards way of looking at stuff, man. Like, you don't want to say anything to them. You let them do what they want. But then you want to say something to the men who have to check them in these streets because they out of pocket and out of order.
Well, that's why, my thing is you have to punish the women. Because truth be told, ain't nothing gonna happen to them. If a woman gets out of pocket with me and I do something to her, I will be held accountable for holding her accountable, which is completely stupid. If I don't do anything, nothing happens. Because let's be realistic, y'all. Can I depend on her father to do something? No, I can't. Can I depend on her brother to do something? No, I can't. Can I depend on her job to do something? Nope. Depend on her church to do something? Nope. Can I depend on any organization she happens to be a part of to do something? No. I am the only thing that's going to hold her accountable more than likely if a woman crosses me in any way. And people think I'm crazy because I'm willing to hold a woman accountable. And you know what we as men do a lot of times? And I'm going to say this because we have been socialized to be cowards. We don't want to acknowledge it, but we've been socialized to be cowards. The thing is, we going to say, well, man, ain't that serious. It's a woman. You tripping. She didn't mean it like that. There'll always be some excuse that somebody's going to try to give me to let her off the hook. And my thing is, if I let her off the hook, the whole world has. Ain't she been let off the hook enough? She's not a dude. When did anybody ever put her on the hook? And now let's keep it real. If you're raised with your mother only, women don't have a good reputation of even holding their children to task. So where's she been held? What hook has she ever been on?
That's my point.
So that's what, when I do a show like this today, I want people to understand, y'all, this is where society is going. If you have an issue with how black women are, understand these are the women they're trying to imitate. These are the women they're trying to be like. These are the women they're trying to set their standards to. I don't want nothing good that white women has done. I just want the ability to get away with stuff the way they get away with stuff. And if you see in all these different little videos, they're getting away with plenty. Now you can say what you want to say about it, but the reality is they're getting away with plenty. And if we keep allowing them to get away with stuff, you know, and more black women are trying to be like this perception of white women, you're asking for trouble at the end of the day. You know, everybody so quick to check a man, but ain't nobody quick to check a woman. And then they'll say to you stupid stuff like, oh, you want to check a man, but you don't want to check no woman. When has a man not been checked?
Roger, when I brought up that podcast that I watched, that's exactly what that female did. Okay. When the guy tried to make her answer the question, she tried to make it into a racial thing. Okay. Now she was, she actually wasn't even, black. She was actually Jamaican. Okay. So you could see her actually doing it in real time, playing the guys off of each other. She tried to make it a racial thing, like, oh, so you're gonna let the white guy tell you what to do on your own show? Like, she tried to make it like that type of thing. And she was smirking while she was doing it. She was literally on the camera smirking while she was doing it. And you could see in real time how they'll use the supposed fear of the other men, just like white females did during, trying to get the right to vote, using that fear of white men against black men to get the right to vote. She was trying to use that, what she thought was something intrinsic in black men, to be fearful of a white guy. Like, that's how she was positing it. You know what I'm saying? Like, also, like, you're gonna let him run your show, and it was like, no, the real issue is you're trying to run the show being out of order. But the biggest problem is that the fact that they had the chick on the show behaving in that way in the first place. And so she literally tried to play like the race card between black men and a white dude, even though all the men were basically saying, yo, answer the question. But she tried to use that to obfuscate, so she didn't have to actually prove the assertion that she made. And so I don't even really support females being on panels like that. But if you're going to put them on a panel, like, make them adhere to the standard. He was more focused on trying to make the dudes adhere to the standard, even though the dude was like, I'm on the show and I'm here to participate in the conversation. You have somebody that made an assertion that can't really prove the assertion, and now she got caught out there making a dumb assertion. Now we want her to answer, but you won't let her make her answer the question because you're more playing into how she feels about me instead of her actually answering the question, because you're on a panel to have a conversation, but you're not actually having a conversation. You're having a temper tantrum when you can't get your way. And it was just textbook. It was like, man, what is this dude not seeing? And these are the type of dudes that are the most dangerous, because they're in office. They're the ones that's passing legislation. And if they have the mindset that men are the big bad monster, men are the problem, and if they're passing laws with that kind of mentality, that legislation ain't gonna be shit. It's gonna be male in name only. It's still gonna be female gynocentric legislation. That's why I keep saying, to me, it's way more power on the front lines in terms of the family level. Men have way more power than they realize on the family level. They just don't exercise it. They just don't exercise that shit. There's a whole lot more power there than you realize, and you could get a lot of things in order on the social level if men would just enforce the old order of stuff. That's really what a lot of this stuff really is going to come down to. Because if you count on those dudes in Congress that are depending on female voters to pass something that's male centric, We still waiting for it. We still here. And it ain't like men haven't been voting for male candidates. You know what I'm saying? The first one who really ever actually did something that was to the advantage of men has been Trump. And you see what he's gotten on both sides of the aisle. On both sides of the aisle, them niggas be hating him. So, I mean, it's a lot. You know, but I give him credit on a certain level. He has dropped certain things, and he's dropped a little bit of something. He ain't even gone really full major yet. And we see the kind of responses that he get from white dudes on both sides. He even had a whole bunch of Republicans that have been undermining him too. So,
All right, y'all. We about to hit the 4-hour mark, so I'm gonna get ready to shut this one down, and I'm gonna give room for closing statements. Shark Sims, I will start on your end. We'll work our way to Black Guru, and we'll do it that way. Okay, Shark Sim. Now this when y'all supposed to make something profound, and I see people already dropping off. Like, I ain't got nothing profound to say. You ain't got to do me like that. You ain't got to. Now I'm gonna let Rael slide because I see that was Rael, but he just said something, so we all good. But Shark Sims, what's your final statement, my brother?
And I don't just hold them accountable. If we're not gonna hold them accountable on the minor level, it's not gonna work. Period. So like everything y'all said today is very relevant, and we just need to figure that out. And I'll talk to y'all in the back because what I got to say isn't for the front.
Let's do Turnaround next.
Yeah, brothers, just stay strong and yeah, protect yourself at all times. You got me? You hear me?
Yeah,
I
go
hear
ahead
you.
with the real T'Challa. Go ahead. Okay, he must be away. He must be away. All right. Well, Ryan, I guess you was right about that spot. You want to make a final statement?
thanks for having me up.
Okay. Our favorite Kryptonian. What about Chicago? Any final statement you want to make, my brother? While you was trying to attack my city?
What I have to say is these bitches are acting up and y'all niggas are letting them.
All right. Going through this a little quicker than I expected, but Black Uru, any last words on your end?
Yeah, you know, I mean, and I kind of feel compelled to sort of push back a little bit against what Rael was saying. You know, I'm a big opponent of either or in most sociological issues because I mean my long life, I guess, or a black man, I guess, comparatively speaking, my long life, I've just seen too many related things come to, or too many different things come together to produce a particular result, and often an unpredictable result. You know, where something is believed to do this, but it actually also creates that, and it don't even necessarily do what it was intended to do. You know, it creates certain, okay, yeah, we're going to give the women food stamps to feed kids. And then the woman's going to sell the food stamps for dope. Or the woman, instead of using the food to feed the kids, she's going to use the food to feed her boyfriend. That kind of stuff. So my point is, I've seen a lot of different things happen. I've seen a lot of things come. I can remember when certain laws or certain court decisions occurred. And I remember an almost immediate change in the environment as a result of some of these things. You know, so I mean, I don't, like I said, the presidency, I think in particular the judiciary. I mean, we're talking about these white women, we're talking about the misbehavior of these white women. I mean, they're doing what they can do because the whole infrastructure of the country, including and especially the legal system, the judiciary system, the business community, whatever, supports it. I mean, this one, the woman that we've talked most about today, she did that because everything in the current legal media environment supports her doing that, pulling that harebrained scheme. Now, of course, it's crazy from our perspective, but from the perspective of what of the world that she has come out of, makes total sense, makes complete sense. You know, so I'm not. I just think that we have to really take a holistic approach to how to deal with these issues. It's got to be, like I say, unfortunately, you're going to have to incur allies from outside of the black community, so to speak, and black males, because the misbehavior of the white women do affect the behavior of black women. And if they're not going to get the white bitches white women under control, then it is going to result in us not being able to get black women under control. And so I guess I'll end it there.
Let me come back on that, Roger, because I do want to say something. And this is based off of the show that I was referencing. The particular female I referenced was asked about something pertaining to the social contract, okay? And one guy responded to her, and her response was very telling. And basically what she said was because in her mind, she said, well, the reason why women did what they did for men was because they really needed to depend on men for safety. And she said, now that we don't really need to depend, this was her mindset. So she was saying how she really felt. We had to marry, you know, we had to be with people. And so for men, we had to be with men for safety reasons and provision. She said, now that we can make our own money and we can get an alarm system in our house for protection and things of this sort, we don't necessarily need men like that. So when we deal with a man, we deal with a man because we really, it's more based on the personality. As the men in previous times didn't have good personality. But okay. And so one of the guys asked her, okay, well, if that's the case, what if men say, okay, well, since because one of the arguments were there are no gender roles. And the guy said, well, okay, well, there's no gender roles. What if men just say, okay, well, we can come home and we're going to take care of the kids and we're going to cook and clean. And then y'all can go out there and do all the dangerous, hard work. He said, are most women going to accept that deal? And she acted like she didn't hear him at first. And then he asked her again. And then she said, no. So in a nutshell, what she wants from men, what she wanted from men is for men to be still traditional, whereas females don't have to be traditional. And think that men are going to accept that deal. And this is why a lot of the dudes who are opting out of this whole thing, flying up out of here, going to different countries, to me, I haven't seen anything that's caused more consternation from females than that, because those guys are pulling resources. And the problem is that governments and families are paying and subsidizing for females to act out of order and act unruly. And as long as those types of females get that support, those females are going to suffer, okay? A lot of the brothers, a lot of the men are like, no, I'm not subsidizing bad behavior with my wallet. And that's really what it's coming down to. As a taxpayer, you're subsidizing bad behavior in females with your wallet and your purse. On the family level, when you're bailing out females in your family when they're out of order, you're subsidizing them to be out of order. So you can't complain. You can't complain when on both levels you're willing to subsidize females' bad behavior. And I truly believe that if families start saying, "Hey, no out of wedlock, no females in the family out of wedlock birth, this type of stuff, you can't come here, you can't be on this type of stuff, this and that and the fourth," like no, it's not going to happen. That's going to affect some things because that stuff ain't gonna be enough. It ain't gonna be enough for them. And they're gonna have to really think about where they're gonna be at 40. When you can't have no more babies and you can't have a free place to stay, and your family ain't gonna let you stay with them, and your 7 to 8 kids. So it can be a change, but that means there's gonna have to be some foot put to ass on the family level. Because a lot of the brothers are opting out and they're saying they're not going to subsidize with their after taxes wallet. They might pay certain taxes to some of this BS because they don't have no control over that right now. But after taxes, their net income, they're saying, you know what, I'm gonna take a flight and I'm gonna get up out of here and I'm gonna go to some other horizon and see where, see if I can get something better. And that to me is having more of a dent than any of these talking conversations about they need to do this, because that female basically said, like, we don't have to follow y'all no more because y'all made it so good for us that we don't have to follow you no more. And that's a really dangerous place to be as a society, period.
All right, shout out to We Geeks Boy. He says, I remember walls, Uru. Good times. Feels like we're all construction workers doing half jobs on walls. Now, I'm going to say I see what you did right there. But I'm going to also say this.
Is that bad? Damn.
I'm going to say this. To all the construction workers out there, what they supposed to do if the structure won't have walls? At some point in time, to even get the first floor done, you got to put some walls up somewhere.
God help y'all. God help y'all if y'all ain't got no walls out there.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get some walls from somewhere. That's all I'm saying.
Lord.
Yeah.
Oh Lord, if y'all ain't got no walls out there.
Yeah, I mean, we can't make nothing stand without some walls somewhere. That's all I'm saying, y'all. But shout out to We Geek Boys. I'm gonna say, interesting super chat. Appreciate that, y'all. And I'm gonna bring this to a close because we done got more of an hour of overtime in today. I think it's been a great show. I do want y'all to truly think about what is actually going on and what is being decided in some courtroom. And I'm gonna say this is a case that we should kind of pay a little attention to. I know she white. Okay. Now I know some of y'all are very interested in white people. Some of y'all not so much. But I think this particular case we need to really kind of focus on a little bit, because when it comes down to it, she did enter that man's home. And if you set a legal precedent that I can go inside a stranger's home, I mean, if she can do it, I can do it too. That's all I'm saying. And I want white people out there to remember, if you try to set a precedent that a stranger can come in a man's home, you are literally telling Roger he can come in your home. Yeah, I'm a black man, okay? And you telling me that I can come in your home. If she can go in his, you told me I can go in yours. Now, I don't know how you think that's going to work out for you. I'm just saying, think about what you're saying before you get too loud with what you're saying. And I'm going to close it out right there. Y'all have a good rest of y'all day. If you're new to this, make sure you subscribe if you like this serious type of content, because this is the best show on social media. You ain't going to get nothing better somewhere else. And that's just real talk. So you might as well subscribe. Everybody, make sure you like that video. If you get a chance to hype me up every chance you get, throw a comment or two, help the algorithm, y'all. It's been wonderful. It's been great. We do this at 9 a.m. Chicago time, not where you happen to live. 9 a.m. Chicago time, Monday through Friday. We'll see y'all next time around. Long live the habitual line steppers. I'm Roger. I'm right. And I'm out.